a problem too with mine. And so when I went to divorce, I found that that Sino Sacadia had a comma behind it. And when he went to sequel was seeing, so it now became comma, apostrophe. So he saw it as a value, which was non-existent. So he was throwing off an error. Okay, so all the databases combined into a single, and now, okay, can do that. Wow. Will be joining us by 10. It's even good that I didn't tell him 9 o'clock. Imagine someone coming all the way and meeting an empty class. It's okay. At the end of the day, we can only do what we can do. People will still make their decisions. So I want to start by reviewing the assignment so that if there are issues, we can address them. Have you been able to upload all the data now? Hey, someone was saying that they couldn't use Chrome. Have you figured it out? Okay, you figured it out eventually, okay. And then it occurred to me that I hope you're not trying to use Chrome on your phone, because I think that particular extension is majorly for the desktop Chrome, but you can always check and see. So today, I want us to do some bit of analysis with the SQL, and essentially just replicate the process that you would follow if you had the project to do analysis for a client. I was hoping we could start Tableau today so that maybe we could, do some things with that. But I thought I want to create the linkage between SQL and Excel. I already started that by showing you how to carry data sets from Excel and bring it into SQL. So now when you do your analysis in SQL and you extract fresh insights, how do you now take it to Excel and then maybe use the charts in Excel or use your pivot table or whatever other analytical tools that's available in Excel to output your result. Now, the only difference between Excel as a presentation or graphical tool versus a Tableau is that, of course, Tableau, Power BI, and all of them are built specifically to do graphical analysis. So, of course, they will be richer in the opportunities available, the sort of graphs available, the sort of combinations available, and all of that. Of course, they'll be richer than Excel in doing that job. So we're going to use Excel today after we have extracted insights from our data. We're going to use Excel to now create graphs and so on, and then we'll do a report. The person with the key to the laptop is not here yet. Oh, okay, all right. So while we're waiting for the class, okay, all right, no problem. So let me just, the person who is coming to address us this morning, he works with OpenBB. That's the name of the organization. And he works with them from here in Nigeria, remotely. So I was saying to David and Daniel earlier that I think I have an arc on how to get remote jobs effortlessly. So what I did was I was trying to come up with his profile so that when he comes and I want to introduce him, I would be able to read out his profile. So that led me to the page. And then I was able to get the place where it works. And that gave me an idea, and I tried out the idea, and it did what I wanted, right? So OpenBB is an organization that is located in Virginia, in the US. So that's where their head office is, Alexandria, Virginia, and this guy is working with them here from Nigeria as a senior web developer. Like I said, I know his story and I know how, he started in web development. He was on my team. So 2016, I got a job in VI for a financial services company, and I helped them set up their digital transformation documentation. They were trying to move from paper-based to a paperless office. So I organized or led that project for them and helped them transition from paper-based operation to paperless operation. And then along the line, we realized that because of the financial services they offer, they had a lot of client records in paper format. So we transitioned those records into digital format. And then the question became, if we are saying we are digital, why are our businesses, our marketing, everything still done the traditional way? So we conceived an idea of bringing them online so that they can capitalize on the market that is available globally and all of that. So we started a unit called the e-business unit. And in that unit, it was strictly doing business online. So we needed to build a team. And that was what led me to put up all of the qualifications that we needed for team members. And then I worked with HR. So this guy that is coming this morning is one of those we hired to work with us in web development when the web development guy left the company to do other things. So he was a core part of my team until I left that organization, some 2-3 years after, to do other things. And he stayed on heading their web development thing before, his remote job and all of that started. So I'm going to let him share his story with you this morning when he comes in. And like I said, you are free to ask him questions. So, but this morning, I needed to search out his profile, so I Googled his name and the name of that company that I said we worked for. And then I was able to get his profile and all the other organizations that he has worked with till date. So I was saying to David and Daniel that the hack I found for remote job is that because I know him and I knew the Nigerian organization he worked with, I was able to use the combination of his name and the Nigerian company to Google his profile. And then his profile brought up a list of all the other organizations that he has done remote work with. So I took one of the organizations and I went to Google and I put the name of the organization there, jobs. So I put the name of the organization in quotes. I'm telling Google with that search string that I want references only to this particular company name. So I don't want it to bring me any other information other than that, number one. Then jobs. So the name of the company is OpenBB. So open quotes, OpenBB, close quotes, jobs, minus opendb.co. That's their website. I don't want any information from their website because I don't want anything to contaminate the result. Now, what I found was interesting that all of the sites they went to announce vacancies began to come up. And what that tells me, what I found was that, for example, they advertised in startup.com or something like that. That's the name of the website. So at some point they were a startup and then they went to that kind of a website, they advertised. What does that tell you? Startup companies will go to such places to advertise for staff. Secondly, when you're a startup, you don't have the huge budget of a Google or a big organization to get staff or to pay staff. So usually as a startup, you are looking for how to bootstrap whatever it is you're doing by looking for competent people who will not mind starting at a low salary. The benefit of that for you is that if you are able to build a healthy looking portfolio and that portfolio is hosted online and you have a very good LinkedIn page, if you are fortunate and you get, maybe for now, a volunteer role as a data analyst in an NGO somewhere or whatever, and you list that on your site, and then you're able to show samples of analytical works that you've done before on your portfolio online. The good thing is that such companies that are just starting out, when you apply to them and you are able to position yourself, I'm a data analyst, I have done this, I have done that, I currently volunteer with this company, this is a link to my portfolio. The chances are high that they will draw you into an interview. At the point of the interview, you now have a responsibility to convince them that you know what you're talking about. So when we talk about all of the queries and the need for you to understand all of these dynamics, it is so that when you go for interviews, you can ace your interview questions. Because as a data analyst, and you say your stack is Excel, and your stacks are Excel, SQL, and maybe Tableau and PowerPoint. At your interview, they are going to ask you integral questions that will show up your understanding of those stacks. So it's in your own best interest to practice SQL codes as any practice site. Go there, practice, practice, and practice, so that when they wake you up like this, you can easily talk about the syntaxes without any issues. The other thing I advise you to do is to Google SQL interview questions. There are hundreds of those kind of questions online. Excel interview questions, Tableau interview questions, Power BI interview questions. You don't have to wait until you have done Power BI or Tableau before you start exploring. So every day you go and Google and then practice these interview questions. You understand? Some of the interview questions on those sites, they will give you the answers. You understand? When they ask you the question, they will not give you the answer. But try first to even see if you could answer, so that by the time you go and look at the answers given to those questions, you'll be able to judge yourself whether you are within the range of, you understand. Then the other thing you want to do is, when you get those interview questions, look for someone or more than one person to be your panel, your interview panel. So they will do like a mock interview for you, and they will grill you, you understand, from questions that they find. What that does for you is that it builds your confidence in answering questions. Because when you start interviewing for jobs, in all probability it's going to be remote, and you want to be sure that you are able to confidently answer the questions. The other thing I want to advise is position yourself and your device to be able to work compatibly with any organization anywhere in the world. So that means that ensure that your internet link is up to date. If you're having batteries with your laptop, try and get maybe a power bank if you can. If power is an issue in your area, just try and make sure that when the opportunity finally comes and you have that one life-changing interview, that's not going to be the time that your internet will mess you up or your battery will die on you. Those kind of a thing is not good. At the end of the day, it's not good for the image of Nigerian remote workers. Because for every instance that a laptop dies or power goes off for someone in the US, they don't understand all of these issues. And the moment it happens 1, 2, 3 times and it becomes a conversational item in their environment, they will just push aside Nigerians as serious for hire. So please, we always advocate, if you're going to be searching for remote jobs, at least make sure your internet is good. Oyinbo man, don't go and be typing, oh, I'm sorry, my internet died. They don't like stories. Or, oh, NEPA took light. They don't know NEPA. They can't conceptualize the life that we are living here. They don't understand it. So don't even attempt to make an excuse that, oh, NEPA took. They don't know NEPA. They don't know PACN. Do you understand? They don't know power outage. Because in all probability, maybe once in their lifetime, when they have a hurricane or some other natural disaster, maybe that is when they will experience outages for a couple of hours. So your reality is not their reality. So when you start doing remote work, you have to work with a global mindset. Abandon your Nigerian mindset. Nobody gives a flying fuck about your challenges in Nigeria. So begin to see yourself as a global worker. And as a global worker, ask yourself a question. What are the sort of things that I should put forward as a global worker? Internet access, consistent internet access is a given. Consistent power is a given. Then also, it's important, your presentation. how you package and present yourself in your profile pictures when you're building your profiles online, whether on LinkedIn or whatever, and then when you appear for interviews, please don't say because it is Zoom or Microsoft Teams or any other platform that they use to do interview, you will now look shabby. No, dress as if you are appearing in person. I'm not necessarily suggesting you not a tie, because in all probability, the sort of people you are going to be working with are not, as a tech person, they are not tie people. But please, look presentable. Your hair well combed, your beard well groomed if you want to keep a beard, not shaggy, looking like Alpha Jonah, and all those kind. Even if you are keeping a goatee, make sure it is well put together, because they are going to be assessing you based on the beats they see and they hear. So you want to put your best foot forward. First, they want to see your demeanor. Are you calm in look? Are you approachable? Are you friendly? And then in your tone, are you confident? These are the things. So the language, even the language of interview, you have to learn it. So when it comes to interview, there is the what is known as the STAR method. I want to be sure that I get the acronym. I know what it means, but let me be sure I get the acronym so that I don't want to give you the wrong information. So the STAR interview method. Anyway, what you are simply doing is simulating a scenario that explains what you say you know. So STAR interview. STAR interview technique. So situation, task, action, and result. Now, how do you use this method? Again, when you are applying for jobs internationally, please understand that they have a different mindset in terms of professionalism and work than a Nigerian mindset. The Nigerian mindset is about qualification. So the Nigerian mindset is about asking you, what qualification do you have? What this do you have? What that do you have? Oyinbo people do not care about qualification. Yeah, it's important for some roles. They might define you must have this particular qualification. But they are more interested in your experience. So when you are interviewing, you want to highlight as little as possible the experiences you have, whether as a volunteer, in whatever capacity. You must be able to talk to them based on your work experience that is relevant to the job at hand. So for instance, say you Google and they say they are looking for an intern or a beginner role in data analytics, and you find yourself before the interview panel. And then they start asking you questions. So tell us about yourself. That question is not for you to say, my name is David. I'm the firstborn of my family. I have 3 sisters. My mother is a civil servant. My father is a farmer. No. Please, 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 please. Spare us the soft story. Nobody cares if you are the only son. That is not the place and the time to start telling such stories. They don't want to know. When they say, tell us about yourself, in all probability, what they're asking you to do is, tell us why your skill set is relevant to us. Tell us what you have that you think we need. So before you go for any interview, you have Googled the organization. You read up on them. You try and understand what they do. What is their bread and butter? What do they offer to the world? Read up. Read up about their executives. Try and figure out the team members. What kind of personnel do they have? Are they a traditional organization? Are they laid back? When you look at their team pictures, you will know. For example, like this OpenBB, if you Google and you go and look at the profile of if you Google them on LinkedIn, for example, and you look at the profile of their team members, and you see that out of 10, maybe you see 5 of them or 6 of them knotting ties. There is a high chance that it is an organization that may mirror some sort of traditional values. Do you get what I mean now? So it might help you to knot a tie. Because in all likelihood, maybe the CEO and all the other top people, if you see them doing that, then that means that they probably have an organizational culture that defines strict code for dress sense. So you could knot a tie for them. But don't go to any interview without doing these researches, right? So, and if you appear to them, because you have researched, I had opportunity to do volunteer work with XYZ organization. Now, you will now use the STAR principle, because at some point they will ask you, so tell us about your job, what do you do, right? They are not expecting you to read out your CV, clean data, use Excel to gather, no. What do you do? Essentially, they're asking you to use this. So you create a situation or a scenario. So in all probability, I hope from that point, you may have done 1 or 2 volunteer work that you did data analytical work on those projects. You now use that. Oh, I recently completed a data analysis project. Prior to my project, the company was having this challenge, okay? So don't forget what the acronym is. Situation, the task, the action, the result. So what was the situation? What was the problem that the organization was trying to solve? What was the challenge that they had before they brought you on board? So you will define it without giving away organizational secrets. So the organization had a challenge in their sales, and they found that sales was declining, this, that. And so they hired me as a data analyst to look at their data sets and draw insights for them that can improve their sales. So that is the situation, the problem that you are trying to address. Now, what actions did you take? So when you now talk about, the task, what was the task? So my job as a data analyst was to X, Y, Z. Then the actions you took. This is where you now showcase your skill sets. Oh, so I took their data sets, I cleaned up their data sets, trying to narrow down the instances of error in my analysis, and then I took it from here, I took it into here. I was able to, after I cleaned it and had used a SQL query, I was able to do this, I was able to do that, and then I was able to create connections between different data sets, which is like saying you are connecting tables. Do you understand? Because essentially what we're doing is you have a set of data in one table, a set of data in another table, and then you're bringing connections together. You don't need to say, I use join. No. The moment you say, I did a connection between varying data sets, they know you're talking about joins. Do you understand? So you don't need to go there necessarily to let them know that, I know this SQL say, and then you start using all the terminologies of SQL. No. What does a join statement do? It creates connection between tables. Do you understand? So I was able to create connections between their data sets, and then I went on to draw insights, and I found that, and based on my findings, I was able to make these recommendations. And so that's the action now. I was able to make these recommendations, which the organization followed, and then what is the result? So as a consequence, after all of the recommendations, I stayed with the organization and I followed through to ensure that I gave them support in actioning on those recommendations. And then I'm happy to report that within a week, within 2 weeks, within 5 weeks, within whatever number of time, we were able to have this result. So then you can measure the result and say the impact of your analysis. So with my analysis, the organization was able to improve its loss, its 90% loss, to 10%. With my analysis, the organization, so I had to get on the phone with him. That look, I get your CV, most times here, when we write CVs, we write it from the position of the job role. What the job role expects of you. Create reports, write this. No. You use the STAR approach, even in your CV. So I had to sit with him. Okay, this thing that you did, that you said you did in your CV, what did it do for the organization? Oh, then he started telling me, oh, when we did this, we achieved this result. Okay, so when I'm now rewriting his CV, I can now have, in addition to all the job roles, the first thing I put in the CV is critical milestone or critical achievement. So he has gone on and left Lamata, is with another company now, and then he did a project for them when he got in there as an operations manager, and he was able to reduce losses because I think he implemented a system where they can coordinate orders for that organization. It's a big organization in Port Harcourt. So, and because of the work that he did, because of streamlining and digitizing that process, he was able to save the company about ₦1 billion monthly that they normally would have lost. So I said, yeah, those are the kind of things that you put in your CV. So I had to rewrite his CV. At critical achievement, saved the organization ₦1 billion or that ordinarily would have, do you understand, been lost on a yearly basis. Then every single work history that he had, I had to go and get the result and list the results. Now, you are just starting out and you are thinking to yourself, I've not run a $1 billion enterprise and all of that. It doesn't matter. Small steps, celebrate it. When you work for an organization, you must be able to quantify the impact that you're having in that organization. One of the things, okay, for instance, the project I did for Taraba State Government, I was able to track, right, in monetary value, how much did we add to the bottom line of the state by our effort. You must be able to, you understand, itemize it. In what ways did you improve operation? In what ways did you enhance operation? So it might be that the solution you are providing is bringing efficiency. So what percentage? Don't be afraid to quantify. Do you understand? Quantify your efforts. It is in Nigeria here that we don't celebrate ourselves, and we don't even know that there are things in our stories that amounts to success. It is usually when you get to a place like, you know, abroad and all of these places where even the smallest things is celebrated, and someone starts asking you, you now start realizing that, man, I've actually done a lot. I've actually done that. I've actually done this. You work with schools, right? And you do music for schools, right? So, and you're just starting out in data analysis. So probably that is all the experience you have, right? So, and they say talk about yourself. I'm transitioning into data analysis. In my former life, prior to my data analysis journey, I was a music teacher. I work with schools. I work with schools. In my work, I've worked with over, what is the number of schools? Give me a number. What? 15 schools. And what did you do? Okay? Before my data analysis journey, I've had the pleasure of impacting at least 750 children who had zero knowledge of music, and then I broke down the principles and I was able to bring them music knowledge such that they are confident in playing instruments. Now, this skill is what I bring into data analysis. Can you see the match? You talked about, so this is for you that you don't already have data analysis experience, right? But you built a sample portfolio of projects. You can go back to your past life or career, bring out something from there and marry it with data analysis. So in your case, you can say the attention to detail and the patience that I devoted to teaching children aged, what is the minimum age? 3. To teaching children as little as 3 years old, music, to the point where they gain confidence, is the same attention to detail that I bring into my data analysis work, where I look at data, I take my time to clean it, I take my time to, put it in a condition where it can produce value for the organization. You have created a transition from your past experience into data analysis. So I'm telling you all of these things because, see, the mentality over there is not just, can this person do the job? The mentality is also, does this person have the character, the persona, to fit into our team? Does this person understand who we are, where we are going? Because a fit with the team for them is more important than can you do the job. So you might even find a situation where they are not looking for you to be a professor in data analysis. It might just be they want to try and find out what is your ability to learning. Your approach to learning. That may be all they need. Are you teachable? Are you open to learning new things? Do you understand? And those are the qualities that by the time they are querying you and you are talking, they will begin to pick out. So when they are now doing that review after that interview, well, he doesn't really have too much experience, but I like him, I like his spirit. I like how, he pays attention to detail, for example. I like how he's able to take very complex things and break it down. So they are judging you when they are interviewing you, not just on, oh, I'm a guru analyst, but every other area of life. So feel free to dig into something that you do that you can professionalize. For example, in church, Austin, you volunteer with the technical crew. What is your job history? Let me ask.
Job history. All right. So I've worked with Guinness Nigeria PLC. Yeah, I was a land booster then. All right. So I support in smooth running of shift activities to make sure that products run smoothly in the conveyor, and then we distribute to the logistics department.
See, you can do nursing and bring data analysis. It is the language, sir. I just deal with David. There is something in your experience, no matter how silly it looks, that if you sit down, you will actually, so I've been doing data analysis all this while, I just didn't know. Because essentially for you to do that job, you need information, you need data, you work with teams. So you are collaborating with departments, with people in other departments. So when you put it on your CV, I had a cross-functional role. Did you see how I transitioned your experience? I had a cross-functional role of interacting with departmental data to ensure that we kept the conveyor belt going and every department supplied. Cross-functional means that you worked with different organizations, different departments within the organization. So you must find it. So when they're interviewing you now, okay, so tell us your data analysis role. Oh, well, I want to use an experience that I had with Guinness Nigeria Limited. Guinness is a global organization. When you mention Guinness, it rings a bell. Oh, reputable organization, right? In that role, I was in charge of the conveyor belt. Everything was properly sequenced. If there is a missing tone or if there is a missing sequence, it can disrupt the whole line, and it can affect, create a logistical nightmare. So you make your job look important, like as mundane as it is for the conveyor belt to be rolling. If it messes up, if it derails, the organization is in trouble. You will even bring value. If the conveyor belt so much as misses a sequence, it can take 10 hours to resolve, whatever hours to resolve, and in that 10 hours, we would have had a backlog of this, and it would have costed the organization X number of dollars. Just try and be modest. Don't, overblow it. You can say, for every time the conveyor belt is going down, it costs the company $1,000, or you do your quantification and then convert it $500. They understand these things. You speak to them in the dollar language that they understand. And they will do the mental calculation in their mind. Oh, wow, 10. So you see how you have made your job look important. Then you now go to, how does that connect with data analysis? So this is the experience that I bring into my data analysis journey, because I have seen firsthand how a mismatch in data or a break in sequence can affect the overall result. So this is the mind that I have when I'm doing analysis, because I understand that a single error in data can create this effect. Omo, you have got that job. If you can do that, because like I said, with these people, it's not just can you do data analysis, it's also about your process, your thought process. So they're likely to hire you because of your capacity to think outside the box than just because of your skill set. Okay, tell me your story.
There's no story.
No, everybody has a story.
No story.
Everybody has a story.
I've not worked anywhere actually.
You have done something in the house. You see what I'm saying now? She's there and saying, but I've not worked anywhere before. But in all probability, you are responsible for some things at home, in the church, in a group somewhere, right? So, but the moment you are thinking zero, I have zero to offer, you have already lost in the interview. Everybody has something to offer. You may not be paid for it. So you must be able to articulate what you have to offer and bring it into relevance, whether you are offering it free or not. Yeah, tell me about yourself.
Okay, my name is Okwemi. Then I'm a student of Unilag, studying accounting. I'm a fashion designer. What else like this? I'm the second born.
Did you see what I just said? You see the classic error that we do. Okay, tell me about your fashion designing thing. What's it like?
It's not that easy, but it's easy. I learned, okay, my mom is a fashion designer, but then I didn't learn from her. She had to send me outside. I learned outside, and since then I've been working. So like, draft the pattern, because we do use pattern. I don't use freehand. So draft the basic bodies. When you're done, pattern. I don't use freehand. So draft the basic bodies. When you're done, meet me. So when I was done, I went to meet her. She directed me, blah blah blah. When is now time to sew it? God, I beg. It was not easy, but then I got there.
All this God I beg and all these things, please don't bring it into your foreign interview. Please, you have to speak global language, not Nigerian language. Don't go there and be saying, "Shay, you get. Shay, you get now. I beg. No. Please leave that out of your conversation. You are not talking to Nigerians, so they will not understand the slang. So make sure when you are speaking globally you are speaking to a global audience and you are speaking language at their level. So now, I said something about us not celebrating each other enough. As little as what you've just said, and I had to force you to talk about it. That process in your fashion designing, oh, I didn't know this, I had to learn it, is an interview question that will get you a job. I mean, an interview scenario that will get you a job. But you probably don't know how to use it. Oh, tell us about your work situation as a data analyst. Oh, wow. In my former life, or prior to data analysis, I did fashion designing. And we had to work with these machines and all of that. When I started out, I didn't know how to use them. But I needed to devote time and energy to learning. And there was a particular scenario in which a client wanted a particular style. And honestly, I didn't think I could produce it. But I summoned the courage, I read upon it, I reached out for guidance, and then I began to piece it together, and boom, it turned out so great that the client gave me another job. Now, you are probably wondering, what has fashion got to do with data analysis? You are saying to them, that is, when you speak to them like that, that is they are used to those kind of language, right? They are used to people talking to them confidently like that. I know you're probably wondering, what has fashion design got to do with data analysis? I'll explain to you in a bit. That singular process gave me the confidence to embark on new horizons, on charted territories, to learn new things. So I started data analysis because I have a flair for data. That job, as mundane as it is, taught me this and this and this, and these are the values and the skills that I bring into my work as a data analyst. And in that role, I've worked on this particular project. This is what I did in that project. Then you proceed to talk about some of these projects that we're doing in class that you are learning from. Do you understand what I'm saying? And then you articulate yourself that way. David, we've come to you. I'm trying to kill time before our guy comes in at 10. Oh yeah? Why is it that every time I call you, that's where your chest come out?
Hello.
So this is your interview panel.
Jesus. Okay, my name is David actually.
David, actually, whatever is happening.
Okay, my name is David. I'm a beginner in data analysis training and a forex trader and a sound producer, and I sell cars and I do a lot. That I just do. I can't just.
So please sit down. When you are applying for a job, you customize your CV for that role. Not every experience you have will be relevant to that role. Right here, you've told me you're a drifter simply by listing all the things that I'm a forex trader, I'm a car dealer, I'm a this, I'm a that. Do you understand? You list all of these things, but you are not able to make a connection between it and what you currently do. It might go against you and position you as a drifter, someone who has no roots, and that can be a problem. So you must always look at your abilities and then narrow down which of these things is relevant to the job. If, for example, it's a marketing and sales company, your car experience or car sales experience might be useful. Why? Because you are trading a commodity. And as a trader in the commodity, you can now marry it with data analysis. So you are communicating to the company that I got you. I understand your need as a marketing company. I understand. Sorry? The what? Yeah. They're not. They didn't. Well, I'm just saying, right? Then you said something, oh, you're a Forex trader. Forex trader is an high stakes business. Forex trading is high stakes because you can lose money, a lot of money in a twinkling of an eye. And unknown to you, you rest a lot on data analysis to do Forex trading, but you just don't know it. You what? See, where I'm going is this. For you to be a successful commodity trader, particularly in a high flow market like that, you need a lot of data. But you don't know that all those things of being able to look at the flows in the market. Sorry? That's why you're in this class. Right, so the next thing is, how do you now take all of your experiences there? What exactly happens in Forex trading, for example? Oh, Forex trading is a high stakes, volatile business. And data is constantly changing in a dynamic way. So one of the things I enjoy in data analysis is the ability to look at dynamic data and do on-the-spot assessment and analytics to keep me from trade losses. Already, you are speaking the language of a data analyst, even though you are doing Forex. There's always a way to marry these things together. So after this, most of next week, as we do the final phases of this class, I will be setting up panels. I will be doing mock interviews, you understand, for everyone, so that I can start fine-tuning your mind in that direction. Like I said the other time, it is actually my hope that before this training is over, we'll be able to record jobs, whether internships or whatever, for some of you. I strongly hope that we can do that. I'm working with Lukman, who is coming here today, and his network, to see if we can get internships for, some of you, if not most of you. I'm getting him to bring in a data analyst, who is going to also address you. So we'll just see what we can do in terms of fixing you up with internships and all of that, so that you can learn real life scenarios. So most of next week we'll try and do simulations, interviews and all of that. So Ms. Shade, let's hear from you. Come and talk to us. What's your background? Bamidele, you've missed like 2 or 3 classes now. Are you sure you were here on Monday? Was that when I sang you Bamidele song on Friday?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Folashade Bolaji. I studied accounting in the university. I have my ATS. I did some other, I can't remember. Not really sure. So majorly, due to the fact that the kind of job my husband does, he travels, I have to be with the kids, so and I'm also good at getting fabrics, and those are one of those things that helped me. So I worked there for like 4 years, and I started my own business. So majorly, I get fabrics for people, and I run my own fashion house, just a mini fashion house, but I thank God. So year in, year out, sometimes I just go to the market, take sample fabrics, I've supplied the church choir severally, fabrics and every other one. So I have some clients abroad too that I sew for them and I send to them. I buy fabrics from them most of the time. So, and that's what I've been doing up till now. Thank you.
Thank you for your insights. Okay. Do you know why I was looking at my phone? I went and I Googled data analysis, jobs, fashion industry. And I came up with over 600 jobs in the fashion industry for data analysts. Yeah, wow. See, again, we don't celebrate ourselves enough in Nigeria because we don't even know how to qualify our experience. Now, when you are building a CV, for example, and you are talking about your career path, you are not a jobless person. You are not unemployed. I don't like that language of I am unemployed. There is nobody that is unemployed. You just don't know that you are employed because nobody is paying you for what you currently do. You are a student, but you are also a member of a family. And in that family, there are roles that you perform that nobody else can do. That family is not paying you for that role, but it is a job because there are a set of duties, things that you do from day to day, from time to time, right? How do you take that and represent it on a CV, for example, right? You are a member of a church. You play music for this church. You probably, I don't know if they pay you a salary. Some churches have started paying the music people's salary now. I don't know if they pay your choir salary here. Do they pay your choir salary? Musicians, yes. All right. So you work for the RCCG enterprise, whatever the business name of the church is. Go and find out. Every church has a business name. Do you understand? It could be something ministries, it could be something, but that is the organization you work for because they pay your salary. So when you are representing it on your CV, music director, music whatever, guitarist, you understand, on that CV, when you apply like that, and you say you transition from guitarist into a data analyst role, that kind of a thing is fascinating to HRs. And they might likely call you, oh wow, this is interesting. How do you go from music to data analysis? That in itself could be a basis for them to call you in for an interview because they want to hear. They are interested. What prompted you to go from music? How did you take that leap? Oyinbo man, their mind is crazy. Oh wow, that's interesting. I want to know, how did he make a leap? Particularly if when you now become a data analyst, you now have credible projects to show. Wow, they want to hear that story. So in your case, you're a graduate of accounting. I'm very sure with your data analysis training, if you put your mind to it, you'll be very good in financial analysis. Do you know how much financial analysts are earning globally? Quite a ton of money. And you also have a fashion background. The fact that you understand the basics of fashion puts you in the door ahead of other people who do not have fashion industry experience. So if you apply for a data analyst role in a fashion industry company, there is a high chance that if you know what you're doing and you can articulate your thoughts, you will get the job. Why? Because you speak the lingua of the industry. You understand the tapestry of how the industry works. At least in Nigeria, you may just need to read more about the global fashion industry, understanding, you know, the language which is similar to what you already know, but you don't know that that is what it is called globally. So if you put your CV together, for example, part of your experience on your CV, the one you've said you've done for 4 years, is The name of that fashion company that you worked for, what is the name? What? Leads and Needs. Leads, whatever it's called, and codes. So what did you do there? All of the things that you did, interacting with customers, fetching data. You are not collecting measurement, oh. All the measurements that you are collecting, it is data. Do you understand? You are collecting data from customers. And you are interacting with a global customer. They are not just in Nigeria. So that even helps you, because you're already speaking to a global audience in your customer set. So my job was to interact with local and foreign customers to gather data for processing orders or whatever you want to say. Then I analyze the data, because it's your job. In all probability, some of those customers, they don't have a style in mind. You are the one that will come up with a style. So, and you do that by analyzing the data they gave you, the measurements they gave you, the profile of the individual. So my job is to analyze customer measurements, align it with their profile, personal profile, and create styles from the insights. Arrived at from data analysis. Can you see what we are talking about now? You are doing data analysis, but you even don't know that what you are doing is data analysis. Because when you are looking at the measurement and you are looking at the personality of the customer, you are saying to you, it's like a barber. A barber looks at a person and decides, this is the style that will work for this person. How were you able to do that? Because they looked at that person, they looked at the personality, the shape of the person's head and face and all of that, and they decided this is the best. You understand? It's the same thing you are doing. You are understanding the personality of the customer, and based on your understanding of the personality, and you arrived at that conclusion on the personality from the data that you analyzed for that customer, then you design styles that are in line with trends in the fashion industry. I've given you like 2 lines already on your CV. You can go and read up. Go on Google, type data analyst fashion CV sample. You will see examples there. So that your CV will speak the language of the industry from the standpoint of a data analyst. Do you understand what I'm saying? Then your current business now, give it a name, put it on your CV. Lead designer. How is a lead analyst in a fashion? How does that even work? It creates curiosity, and they want to interact with you further. Then when you get that leg in the door, and you enter, you now comfortably articulate your experience set. So, Shay, you want to talk to us? Let me call Lukman, find out why he's running late.
Good morning, class. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, mommies and daddies. My name is Oluwase Ikufureji. I have my associates in Bizard from Hudson Valley Community College. I have my BSc from the College of St. Rose, Albany, New York. I've been in many roles, especially from a young age. I did inventory. I started actually in a paint factory as an inventory manager, and we used to collect data of, keep records of materials being used to create the paint, to store the paint, and other things as well. So I've been working with data for a very long time. Apart from that, I've also had the opportunity to work in teams which is when I was in community college, I was part of one of the captains for my soccer team. So that helped me to actually learn how to work better with people in teams, in group, and things of that nature. Also, along the line, I've deviated from, well, not deviated, but still in the line of business into real estate, um, sales, whether it's purchase, whether it's sales, whether it's joint ventures. I've also done that as well. Also, I've been opportune to volunteer and work with people, less privileged, hospitals and things of that nature. Lastly, my last job was actually working with a construction company and actually dealing with logistics, site management, safety officer, and things of that nature. So all this culminated has me working with a lot of data. My last, on the site that I worked last anyways, I had the opportunity of creating data records, which is, there was no records of materials being purchased. I created a materials request form, also a labor request form for the labor that we were employing so that we can keep track and records of what was coming in and going out. And also, I created a record for fuel as well, how to, when the request came in, what we need, what was purchased, and then to keep records of that as well. So I believe that with these few points of mine, I am ready to work as a data.
All right. So you can see that from the start, I had references to data, to this, to that, in that conversation. So you are getting the point. Sorry? So now, when you're putting up your CV, all of the things you did, you brought in structure to that organization by formalizing how things are done, right? All of those forms that you created was to create a formal structure on how things are done, to track things and all of that. You should be able to quantify what was the company losing prior. You understand, what was the company losing to not being structured? Put a value to it. Whether it is $10, whether it is $100, whatever, put a value to it. And the work you did, how many man hours did you save the company? Because in these countries, there are, the time is considered the most valuable. It's not even your dollars or your gold. Time is the most valuable currency in developed world. Time. That is the most valuable currency in the developed world. Not gold. Not this or that. Time. And that is why you notice that they mine time. They mine. Some people mine gold. Some people mine coal. In developed countries, they mine time. So when you wake up in the morning and you clock in at a job, you went to mine time. Because it is the amount of time that you mined productively that you'll be paid for. Some people will go into a gold field and they will scrape gold. Then they will present it to the market for sale. In developed world, everybody, it is time you are mining. Because at the end of the day, it is that time that you are mined that they will gather and they will return value to you for the time that you have spent. So understanding that means that because they tie a lot of value around time, you must quantify everything in relation to time. So when you are doing the quantification, you look at it. What is the company losing? For example, when the form was not there, how long was it taking you to do this job? Do you understand? Then you cannot put value to it. So if, for example, for a role, because of this lack of structure, you could spend 100 hours trying to figure out this and that. But now that you have a form or you do this, you have saved X number of hours. That hours for that job role, you can quantify and put figure to it. Because you only need to look at what is equivalent in their environment. What is an equivalent pay for someone on this level per hour? And then how many hours do you save? Then multiply it. Then you can say, oh, we saved the company X number of dollars, X number of man hours. These things are very valuable to them. So, Bamdele, you want to go? Mitchell, are you interested?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Oladejo Bamidele. I currently work at VIO, Vehicle Inspection Service, as a contract staff. But I read political science from University of Ibadan, and I also did ND from Polytechnic of Ibadan. So currently, what I did was how I came into VI Vehicle Inspection Service was when we wanted to migrate we were issuing vehicles roadworthiness manually but when they wanted to migrate into computer where we can issue, so that was when I came in to assist. We had a lot of backlog, that needed to be populated on the system. So I came in at that point, and I was able to assist to populate almost 5,000 or more than, certificates, because we needed to have a database, to use as what we can fall back on when we are saying, okay, we want to issue a particular, but we don't have history of that vehicle before. So that's when I came in and I was able to assist in populating all those data on the system, the software that was created. So it gave me a lot of leap in there because I had not even known VIO before then. So doing that, and within those 5 years was when I learned a lot about vehicle inspection, all the functioning, and what we are checking on the vehicles and all that. So that gave me an industry in that avenue, and that's what I do today. I can say I am a vehicle expert when it comes to documentation. Currently, that's what I do. Thank you.
Can I use is that an iPhone? I need to boost the battery. The phone is died. So that if he calls me, I can give him direction. The phone has died. All right, so he works with VIO. So if I look at his CV, I can see VIO there, right? But when did you start your career? When post NYSC? All right, banking. So when you're putting your CV together, you want to be sure that you find a way to use data language. You understand? In that story, you must find a way. If you just Google your job role in that job and say data analysis, you will find some CV that someone has already worked in that role, in similar role as a data analyst. Just pick some things from there and use the language. I didn't say copy verbatim, use the language to code what you do or what you do for that organization. So you already are set for your first job in data analysis, even without internship. Why? Because the role that you performed that brought you into VIO was a database role. There was a question. So if you were to use the STAR principle, right? Tell us about your role in the organization. So you're not going to say, I am a data officer. That's not necessary. Just say, I'm going to highlight my role with an example or a situation in which I had to use my data analytics skill sets, right? Prior to joining VIO, the organization had this challenge. They were issuing VIO certificates manually. There was a lack of a database for clients. There was this, there was that. Then I came on the scene, and my job was to take all of the manual data, manually available data, create a database and bring this in, okay? And I was able to process 5,000 data, this. The consequence of having, you know, so you talked about the situation, the task, what you did, actions that you took, and then the result is the consequence. So you don't need to say the result of that. The moment you say the consequence, they know you are talking about the after effect of all of the other things you have talked about. So the consequence was that, number one, operationally, I created efficiency for the organization. And we went from 0 to a 75%, 80%, 90% efficiency in our operations. Secondly, the data that we drew became a valuable asset for the organization. Do you understand? You can put a value to what you did, because in all likelihood, when you brought in the structure, it made the organization more efficient, and they could do more than they were manually doing before. They could process more information than they were doing before. And then you can now value that job. What is the value of a license? For example, what's the value of a license? How much? 7,000. Right, so 7,000 in dollars is how much? Maybe about $4 if you use 1,700. So about $4. And in that time, since you have set up that system, how many new clients have you onboarded because of that system? Yeah. Do you get where I'm going? Now, when was the time you installed the system? 2019. See, I'm helping you customize what you already have to speak the language that they understand. So, when in 2019 did you start with them? January 2019. So, start was January 2019. Right? And this is December. Okay, up until this point, that's your end point. December 2024. How many years? What? 5 years. How many months? How many months? You need calculation to do 12 times 5. 60. How many days? How many working days? Because you won't count, so let's say 20-day month, right? 5 days a week, 4 weeks, that's 20-day month, right? So 20 times this is what now? You understand? So 1,200 days, because they don't say 1,000, they say 100. So this is 1,200 days, right? Now, you said before they were processing how many per day? 100 per day. Now they can process how many per day? Let's even say conservatively, how many? 1,000 per day. Can you see the value of your work? I'm very sure you never thought of this in these terms. So, the value of a certificate is $4. Before you installed the system, they were earning how much per day? $400 per day. That's what it meant. Now, with your system, they can process 1,000. So how much are they earning per day now? $4,000 per day. And in the time that you have joined that organization, what is the total value that you have given them? 1,200 multiplied by 4,000. That is, so if you do the math, how much is that? One, two, three here, and then 0.000048. So you've made them 4.8 million naira. I mean dollars. Convert that to naira, it will be billions. So it will sound big when you use billions instead of dollars. Me, I know how to create subjectivity in my CVs. If I look at the money and I see it's too small in dollars, I will change it to naira, so it will be big. And then instead of writing 1.2 billion, I will write long zeros. So that they can start counting the zeros. It will look big to them. So now, convert this to, go ahead and convert it at 1.7. This is in dollars. So convert it at 1.7. How much is that? What? 8.1 billion. 8.16. So if you are writing it, you are writing saved the organization. So this is your key achievement. This is your key achievement. 8 point what? 8160 000 000 or something like that. All right? Naira. So key achievements. Made an income of this. You probably never sat down to value what you've done. You've made about 8 billion for this organization in the 5 years or whatever that you have worked there. That is the result. That is you. That's what you did. That's what you built for them. But this is probably not on your CV because you didn't know how to articulate it. And these are the sort of things, when they look at your CV, you show that you are a performer. You can deliver results. Then you now know the job. We must have this person. Then you can now speak international language. This person is ours. Do you understand what I'm saying now? So please pay attention to all of these things and apply them. So we're going to dig into our work today by looking at the assignment I gave us. So let's look at the assignment. Let's understand. I still don't have my laptop here, so we're going to have to make do. So I was able to upload the data. Can I see a show of hands? I had the problem of uploading the data. Can I also see a show of hands? Why? Sorry? How to use the scraper, okay. Yeah. All right. Can someone give me? Okay, Shay, let's look at bring your laptop. Let me see. Then I'll use it. Who else is having a problem with the scraper? So you've scraped all the values. You've not. Why? Put it on the table, please. Okay. Put it properly so that it doesn't fall off when I'm using it. Okay, you already have it now.
Yes, ma'am. I
Uh-huh.
installed it already.
So now, can you go to the site? All right. So which one is this?
This is not win.
Okay, and then,
I think this is
all right, no problem. That's fine. So just click on the scraper. No, that's not true. That's not true. Let's do. Is the internet on? Alright. Let's see. Patience. Okay, sorry, not wind. Any other person with a challenge? Okay. All right. So, this not having a laptop is destabilizing for me because I was hoping that we could do some analysis today. All right. So what I'm going to do? No, don't worry. This is what we'll do. We'll do secret practice on the data wind database. I've been able to import data wind, not wind, into SQL. Can I say show of hands? Sorry? Only one. Only one of the tables. You have imported all. The others, what's stopping you from importing it? What's the challenge? Sorry? Okay. Which of, so I have imported one. Can I say show of hands? Okay. I've not imported any at all. Okay, maybe what we can do, David, can you share your database with people? Just try and, yeah, so just go to where the place where it is stored. Go and copy it from there and then drop it on the group so people can, you just put it on your system and then call it out by opening it. See pride. Okay, let's do that quickly so that we can start the next set of exercises. Please, can you help me with your charger and the phone? So it's close to me here. So while I'm waiting for him, I can interact with him and guide him here. Okay. This might actually be better than me holding it. All right, thanks. Okay. Yeah, it's good. Yeah. Oh, no, it's not. So our speaker is on his way. Where is Polaris? Is it next door? Oh, it's next door. Okay. It's just 2 buildings from, okay. What's the name of this plaza? What? So you get the title and put it manually now. But for what you want to do, you don't even need the title. You only need the data. Remember that when you start working in Excel, you don't need the label. So you just call you only need the schema to create the tables. So just create the tables and then scrape the data and do what you need to do. You don't need the titles. So do we have the data now? No, that means you already imported into SQL. Go to where it is stored in that SQL compiler and copy it from there. So you are giving them the DB, not the Excel format. Do you understand? This one that you have shared, they would have to start doing the process of importing themselves. But since you have imported every single thing, just go to, if you look up where you have your menus, SQL, design, careful. See here, come to database. This is a file location. All right, that is it there. Where is the Northwind? Where? Okay, this one, right? Northwind DB. Yeah. So click on it. Aha. So go to user, Dixon, documents. This is what you need. So go to your folders. Navigate, no, folder. Okay. All right. Documents. Hold on, let me see the Dixon, hold on. Admin, right click. I want to be sure that this is what you want.
Double click for that.
Oh, okay, is this a Mac? Oh, I see. No, this is not what I want. I want to right click. Oh yeah, right click. I want to see the file extension. Okay. Property. Okay, so an XLX. I want the one that stores. Read write. That's good. So not when DB. Yeah, this is it. So you copy it and paste it. That's what they need. So once you download the Northwind DB into your computer, and then you now go and open database. So it will bring everything in instead of you doing it from Excel. You can still do your Excel practice later. You can import it yourself in Excel later. But so that we can work now, you can just open the DB. So let's hurry up with that. I want to throw some Excel questions at us, and then we can do practice. So Are we there? Just download it, then go to the compiler and open it. Are you done? You have the data. Michelle, are you there? Are we ready? We're using Northwind database. I have imported it and I'm ready. Can I say show of hands? Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Are you done? All right, so I'm going to be hitting you with questions and then you run the SQL commands. We're using the Northwind database. I want you to show the first name, last name, and gender of patient. Okay, hold on. Are we in, let me just confirm which, oh my goodness, I wish I had. Hold on, please. Let me confirm which database this is working with. Okay, it's Northwind. Let me see. That's menu. Categories. Okay. All right. So, first question. Show the category name and description from the categories table and do the sorting by category name. Go. Category underscore name. I won't be putting all this underscore and all that because you have access to all this. So you should know, if I'm talking about the table, you know the format. If I say category name, you know it's category underscore name. Just look at, you have the information before you. So show the category name and description from the categories table and sort by category name. Sort by category name. You're done. So David, what's the syntax? All right, I got the syntax. Can I say show of hands? All right, show all the contacts. Show all the contact name, address, city of all customers who are not from Germany, Mexico, and Spain. Show all the contact name, address, city of all customers who are not from Germany, Mexico, or Spain. All the contact name, address, city. Contact name, address, and city of customers who are not from Germany, Mexico, or Spain. These people are not from Germany, Mexico, Spain. So you're excluding those from the set and returning the value for every other person who is in other places, apart from those three countries. How far? I've got it. Can I see a show of hands? You got it? Int, you are going to use the in command, the in clause with the where syntax, the not in clause with the where syntax. Should I give the answer? Hold it here. So, how far? I got it. Show of hands. Nobody got it. Why now? Even when I gave you hint. Okay, let me give you the answer. The syntax is select all of those things from the table where not in open bracket quote the countries, the values of the countries. Then you run it and see. All of those values that we asked, that we gave you, that's contact name, address, city, right? So select all of those values from customers, that's the table name, all right? Where the city now, right? Where city is not in, then you open the bracket, all of the country values, which is in quotes, Germany, comma, Mexico, you put them in bracket. Do you understand? Hold on, please. Lala sọ̀rọ̀ ló ṣẹlẹ̀ kan. Ó jẹ́ ó ṣe lẹ́ẹ̀kan yẹn. Well, sorry, not, it should be where here? Not city, country. So it worked. So where country not in, and then open bracket. All right. So is it clear? They won't come this far. Unless you are tapping power from here. So probably you relocate one of these to that one, since it's closer. Okay. All right. Thank you. Before. Okay. It's okay. Probably the first one is not working. Thank you. It's working now. Thank you. Are we done with that? Are we done? Moving on. Show order. Show order date, ship date, customer ID. Show order date, ship date, customer ID, and freight for all orders placed on February 26, 2018. Show order date, ship date, customer ID, and freight for all orders placed on February 26, 2018. Show order date, ship date, customer ID, and freight for all orders placed on February 26, 2018. Okay, why is your hand on your chin? Why are you not doing it? I got it. Can I see a show of hands? I'm done. Show of hands. February, all orders placed on February 26, 2018. Don't forget the date format in your table. Be conscious of the date format that they used in that table, because that's the same way you're going to use it if you want it to work. It worked. It worked. $26. So I was googling something just now about keeping healthy, and there is data available to show that if you walk certain number of steps daily or weekly, then you can increase your life expectancy. So I've seen varying data. Some would say 6,000 per day, some would say 5,000 per day, and so on. So that question came to my mind now. Today I saw 15,000 somewhere. I saw 15,000 somewhere. So I now googled 5,000 or 15,000. Which one is it? So this data says walking 15,000 steps a week or 5,000 steps 3 times a week has been found to sustain if you do it for 2 years, it's been found to sustain your life expectancy for 3 years for women and then 2.5 years for men. So in my mind, I'm crunching the data. So that means that if you want to expand your life expectancy for more years, then you increase the steps that you take. I mean, if you take 15,000 steps a week, and if you take 50,000 steps a week and you're extending your life for 2.5 years, it means that if you want to extend your life for 20 years, you just do the math and increase the number of steps you are taking per week. Data is an interesting thing. Sorry? What? You understand? Oh, you mean in my estate? See, the question of does it work? I'll answer your question, I'll answer your question. For me, it's a matter of understanding what the data says. One thing I found is that data really lies. It may not be properly interpreted, but data is data. You can't do anything against it or for it. So the people who found this out, that it increased the expectancy, they must have done their research and they found that there was a significant impact for them to state it as a fact. So whether it doesn't work or it doesn't work, whether it works or doesn't work, it also depends on you. Do your own research. They did their own research, and based on their finding, they put it out as a fact. If you can also start an agenda and say, okay, I want to test if this thing works, and put yourself on a weekly 15,000, and then look at your health now, and then look at your health in 2 years and see if it works or not. And then when I do walk, I walk about 5,000 or more steps on those days that I do because I actually, iPhone has a way of tracking the steps you walk, the height you climb, and all of that. So, finally, it makes an entry. Ele mokareo. Oh, Ladeun Kobo. Why you? Where was traffic? Oh, really?
Nice seeing you again.
Okay, thanks for coming. I appreciate it. We'll be waiting for you. That the guests will be waiting for. So without further ado, can we put a stop on what we're doing and just quickly allow Lukman address us? So I'm delighted can we please welcome Lukman Bello? You will notice that I told him to come dressed as a tech bro. So he's not dressing as a tech bro, but he's a bro of bros. I just want to quickly read his profile. Lukman Bello has a wealth of experience in software engineering and DevOps field. Lukman began, I see that they are doing the gender thing for you. In this particular profile, they are using their for you.
Oh my God.
You didn't tell them that you are he and him.
I don't mind them.
So in this profile, they use their, began their career. Can you imagine how confused these people are? Because they don't want to say began his career. You don't have them? This is for the hug. Is it the hug you work with or Open BB? Oh, you work with them now?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay. I saw Open BB the other time. Are they the same? The same organization? Okay, all right. So they are doing gender gender identity with you people. Oh. So anyway, let me read it for. I'll just call it. Don't worry, I'll call it. So it began their career in 2017 as a WordPress developer. In 2018, they took on the role of software developer in industrial metrics. In 2019, they worked in digital transformation, and then as a software engineer in Capital Express. And then as well as remote WordPress developer at Monafric. In 2021, they started as a staff software engineer at Polaris Bank Limited, and then DevOps at Acid and Guards. He currently works as a DevOps engineer at AltX. You've left AltX now, and Open BB. As a Bachelor of Science in Computer Science, Makurdi University of Agriculture, etc., etc., etc. It is my pleasure to welcome today Lukman Bello.
All right. Thank you, everyone. This speaker I get has to be, but we'll manage. Good morning, all. These are my guys, I mean. These guys. Yeah. So my name is Lukman, and it's a pleasure meeting you guys today. Don't mind all the. Okay, you can mind it, but don't allow it to be like that. That's just profile for you. You just get to build it along the journey, right? But basically, I would say if you are in anything tech, there is so many things you can embody. Like you can be anything, right? In as much as the idea around being in tech is to be able to provide solutions, right? So that's like the general idea. You can be a data scientist, data analyst, ML engineer, anything around data. You can be a software developer, software engineer, infra level, sysadmin, DevOps, UI, UX, all of us, what we all do is trying to provide solutions to problems. Now, putting this at the back of our mind, that is how I see myself when I started, right? And it has been that journey that took me away from the trenches. Let me just feel like that. So today, she's still my boss, but I met MJ, I think at like maybe the beginning level, maybe middle level of my career, and I learned a lot from her. So today, I'm here to speak about freelancing, optimizing yourself for the current technological landscape in terms of local opportunities and also foreign opportunities or remote opportunities, and also how you can navigate this journey, because you have learned a skill or you have started learning a skill, because you can't, tech is, you are learning continuously, it doesn't stop. Like yesterday I was learning something new, I was learning how to do something called customizing DevOps, and I've never worked with it before, right? And that's just what tech does to you. You solve problem and you learn something new. You have picked up a skill, or you have decided and challenged yourself that, oh, this is what I want to do, or this is the line I want to even see what it holds, which is, for you guys, something around data, right? Data, I will tell you, is going to be, or it's even what we use right now, but it's also going to be in the future. I mean, the future of everything. Where I work right now, we do something called investment research, right? What our product does is it takes data from finance and help you to make like informed decision on it. And at the back of all these things is data. Sometimes you bring in your own data, sometimes we are calling data from the internet, right? What you guys do as data people is there's data scientists, there's data analysts, people that do data scientists are those that clean the data for us. Robotics will not move. The future that we are all going to, this AI future that we are all going to, is going to depend on clean data. So when people come and they say, oh, AI is coming to take our work, the data that the AI will consume, some people will be working on it, the ETL part of the data and all whatnot. So you have to understand the future that it holds to be able to understand how you can position yourself. Another thing that I would put out here is tech is not a get rich quick scheme. It's easier to see. This cap is making me feel uncomfortable. Let me remove it. You see, it's easier to see some of these tech bros and say, see this guy is cashing out. Which day myself will begin cash out this morning. But the honest truth is, it is not a field that rewards quickly. It's a field that rewards you in bits, phases, and then one day, or at one particular time in your career, you just start seeing how those old knowledge piece together and then it makes sense. So know that, and so that you will understand that, see, if I pick up tech today, I can be in tech 1 year, 2 years, never give me anything. But it is collecting my sweat, it is collecting my time, it is collecting my energy, it is collecting my money. But the idea is, sometimes you might get lucky and you eat it quick in tech, while sometimes it takes small time, small steps, and opportunity and maybe your luck, and then you eat it in tech. So have that at the back of your mind so that you won't get frustrated with it. Now, I will share some of my own journey. I have transitioned from the normal physical work to where I am right now. Like that my profile said, I started with WordPress around 2016, 2017. WordPress was the oil that time. Everybody wants to build websites. Church, mosque, house. Everybody wants to have a website for their business, right? And the idea is because, that was where the internet was shifting to, right? We're just at the beginning of Web 2. Web 2 is what we all use now. Web 3 is those crypto heads that they are walking up and down now. So everybody wants to have something online, like online visibility, and having a website tells your business story, right? So that is how I jumped into WordPress. I would say I jumped into it because I did not learn it the right way. But along the way, I got a job after NYSC, and I always wanted to say, okay, even as I'm in Nigeria, how do I get opportunities outside this country, right? So one of the first things I do is be part of a community. That's like your easiest way to hack the system. Being part of communities kind of like expose you to not just what is available within your environment, but what is available within the global space. So for the WordPress environment then, I was part of the WordPress ecosystem or community. We organize meetups, we organize hackathons, and you go to these events. For those that are leading the community then, I was pursuing money. For those that were leading the community, they were able to become WordPress speakers, and they go all over the world. And what that does for your profile at that beginning is, it helps you not to be isolated. And which brings me back to one of the key points for today. In tech, it is easy, you get easily frustrated when you build alone. But if you are lucky enough to have people that are learning along the way with you, the frustration reduces, and you're able to fail together and fail forward. And you're able to build things that you can all show in your portfolio. Among all of you here now, maybe you learned how to build dashboards with maybe Power BI, or learn how to do work with data with Python, and someone just said among the, what can we even do? Let's start fetching data for, Nigeria is one of these countries that we don't have data integrity, right? So anything that you work around data in Nigeria, if you can at least sell it, you can sell your APIs later in the future. Which means for now, one of the things that are not available is data, and even in financial space, data is a problem. That might be because of our government, but data is a problem, always a problem. So when you are in a team, you can easily build things together. One person would have an idea, the other person would have time to be the one that is the building head, right? And you're able to build things together because you're not just alone, and you can showcase that in your portfolio. That's one. Then the second part is you're able to do something called, I think, one advice I will now add to that is build in public. You see, you have learnt now. Building in public has never been more important than this period because everybody is online. That person that is tweeting every morning, I'm just building this thing or snap his screen, would get more opportunity than you that is just in your house that is not building anything. That means that is not showing what you are building. So if it is Twitter that you use a lot, post there. If it is, I don't like Facebook, but if it is Facebook that you use, try and post there. If it is Instagram, it might not show your face, but try and talk about what you are building or what you are learning. It gives that people the idea that, oh, this person is trying to be a thought leader in that field, and I can reach out to this person either with business opportunities or career opportunities to be part of this person's journey, or to, okay, this person is writing about it. So that's why you see some people are aggressive about building in public. It is very important at the beginning. And that's not what I did because I did not have that opportunity. But if I say I should advise anybody, I would say build in public. Now, I started with WordPress. Sorry, I'm going back to my own story now. And from there, I looked at what is obtainable, and I said, oh, let me start looking for other things to do around, not just build websites, and I started learning about the general IT landscape. And that expanded my knowledge towards things like cloud technologies and maybe tech administration in general, like maybe setting up businesses with maybe they're part of their businesses, like maybe their admins, their emails, and so on and so forth. That took time till I joined the bank. And when I joined the bank, I started using a language called C#, which is .NET. Yes, .NET. That's what Nigerian banks use a lot. So they use C# and .NET. I don't know about now, but it's still very common. If you learn C# and .NET today, just go and look for work in Nigerian banks. They will give you. But before then, there was a time I tried freelancing on Upwork. And I was lucky enough, or less I was lucky, optimized my profile enough to get some gigs on Upwork. And that was even before COVID, right? Before our dollar even plummeted. And those online platforms work, but I don't know how much they work nowadays. I'm not going to paint a rosy field for you guys, right? They work, but they take too much energy. That if you are willing to put into it, you might get opportunities. So there are online finance platforms, but the popular one is Upwork, I think followed by maybe Freelancer and small one like Fiverr. But the most popular one is Upwork. Now I tried Upwork because, let me even see what is obtainable out there in terms of like bidding for jobs. And I got a gig. I think the guy paid me almost $800 then for just working on a few landing pages. And then I now saw that, the WordPress was getting saturated. So one thing you have to also do in IT is always look at how much saturation is in what you are doing so that you can quickly move or transform to the next thing, right? So I saw, okay, fine. I had a choice between going towards the project management route and the core software development route. Why I wanted to go the project management route is because I love talking. And then when I met MJ actually imbibed the knowledge of project management into me, and I wanted to pursue that. But that one did not work. So I got to the bank and I started doing software development, and that was when I realized, I've been isolated for long. So that's why my first advice was important for you guys. I'd been working as the only software developer or web developer, whatever they call it. When I joined the bank, I had other software developers. And the rate at which we built things was faster than how I was building things. Sorry. Babe, I don't reach. Sorry. So, the rate at which we were building actually changed my mindset at that time. I met other software engineers, and in my team, I think we were a team of like 15. And that was when I now realized that, see, I've been doing this tech thing wrong all this while. That time that I've isolated myself for the past 4 years, I would have built so much if I was part of a team that were building something together. Because you get a lot of knowledge from different people. You see how this one build his own APIs. This one would even have 1 gig that it will give to you because you're all building the same thing. And that was when I now decided, oh, I'd always wanted to do DevOps. I've been part of the DevOps community for like 2 years prior, right? And I transitioned to DevOps because I have a strong background in cloud. I understand infrastructure. And I decided, okay, DevOps was less saturated, right? Because I was coming from a software development background, it was easier for me. Because DevOps is more like marrying developers and operations together. So if you combine them together, we'll call it DevOps. So it was easier for me to transition to that. Now, so that is my current phase in my career. And DevOps is one of those fields that I got to meet people that do things around data too, right? And that was when I now realized, oh, there's also a career in data that is very, very, very wide on its own. I think one of my company that I consult with, they work on large data. And I think they have like 4 or 5 guys that work on the data team. And those guys after they do their ETL, we sync data across different databases and maybe data warehouses. And I had to set up like something for them, like, so we call them MLOps. So me now I can do machine learning operations. You can do ML data or ML machine learning software development, whereby you build things that rely on data. You are able to train data models, right? So that is where I am right now. And how did I get this my job? I think 2 years or 3 years ago, I optimized so one thing that I also try and do always is optimizing my profile. Now, there are keywords that recruiters look out for. There is a way you will set up your profile that if they are looking for anything in that your field, you should show up. Another thing you can do, reading in public, continually put your profile in people's faces, right? Because you are constantly writing about what you do, you are dropping nuggets, and people can see what you are doing. That's one aspect of it. Second aspect of it is to be able to tell your story from where you are coming to where you are right now. And that was what got me this my current role, because when I applied for the job, I have just a bit of contract knowledge experiences in DevOps. And it was a startup, and when they asked me, why did I apply for the job? And I was like, oh, this is a company that is starting up, and one of my own goal is solving problems. It's not even just DevOps related, but everything around, if you are building something, this is how we should solve, and this is how I think technology can help. So I put myself out there, apply for jobs on on startup websites. One of the easier ways to get jobs is looking for startups. So for this part of the world, startups don't pay you money too much, but they give you the experience. They give you that experience to put on your profile. Some of them might pay you 50K, 100K, or 157, if you are lucky sometimes. But the idea is they help you with something that you can use to be confident, to have that assurance and confidence in yourself when you are looking for new opportunities. And that is one of the things I would also advise you guys to pick and add to your arsenal. Look for startup, even if it is free that they say you should be working for them, work for free. But you would have that experience to be able to go to interviews and answer and talk. Optimizing your profile now comes with whatever you have built and whatever you have garnered across those times you were learning or you were working with. Even if you are working for free or you are working in a community. For Nigeria, I think there's a data science community in Nigeria. So I will enjoin all of you to join. Go for meetups, go for events, attend online workshops. You will hear people that are already in your field, that are doing something, that will share maybe opportunities, or companies will even come for these online events, that you can go to their booth. This is what I do, this is what I do. I'm looking for internship opportunities. Let me join you guys. They say, we are not looking for, no, just add me to your team. I'm not even willing to collect anything. That was how I started my DevOps too. I was working as a software developer, but I was doing DevOps for some companies for free. The idea is I will use you as guinea pig and transition myself to where I will actually get my own bag. But there is no way I can get the bag if I don't have the knowledge. Whatever you are doing here is called tutorials. The real world experience is always different. It comes with its own basketballs. To be there very, very different from your classes, whatever you have learned in your sessions. Right? And you will see the exponential growth when you start working on either a product or a service or a tool or within a company. So if you can work for free, work for free. If you can see internship opportunities, if you can see communities that you can contribute to. Then one other thing that I should not forget, open source. You see that thing called open source? It's very wide. So people, me too, I shied away from it for a while, right? So look for open source projects around data and try and maybe contribute to it. Your contributions can be as little as writing a technical documentation about it, can be as little as correcting spellings in that open source product, can be as wide as maybe adding a feature to it, but contribute so that it will be on a profile that I contributed to, let's say, Airbyte. Airbyte is like a data syncing tool for ML, or maybe you train a data model and you contributed to their open source to add maybe one or two things. You might not even like, okay, you are explaining that open source tool. There's a field called technical writing. If you don't want to pursue your career to the top in data, you have the idea around data. You can be a technical writer that specializes in data. You'll be amazed how much they pay for you to write an article. So that's another field that is on the side. That if you don't pursue your career, but you have that foundational knowledge, you can easily write technical content about data tools, data science, data analysis, everything around data, you can write something about it. And there are companies that hire technical content writer with relation to a specific field. Because you have that subject matter expert knowledge, it gives you that soft landing ground to get such opportunities, and those opportunities are also remote opportunities. I know people that do technical writing that collect dollars a lot. Sometimes they pay you as high as even $500 per article. 500, 600, sometimes 400 per articles, right? So that's another thing I would drop as an option. So if you are building in the public, you write about whatever you have learned here, maybe, my journey to starting data analysis or whatever you have learned. You put it on maybe Medium, on your LinkedIn page. People will read it, they will see, this person has just really acquired knowledge. For each of the curriculum that you have learned, you can write an article about it. Two things that it does, it puts you out there. Second, it helps you validate your knowledge. So that's like two things that building in public would help you with. So it's part of building in public, writing about what you have learned, right? Writing technical articles about it. Now, let me now explain more about how to optimize your profile, how to optimize your CV for jobs. I should have brought my laptop. Well, one of the first things that your profile should show is it should, as much as possible, if you say I'm into data, everything around your experience should align towards it. The hack is, even if you had done something else in the past, if you go to my LinkedIn now, you will not see WordPress again. Maybe community engagement. But all my other experiences have been tailored towards something that is closer to DevOps. It might be software development or staff software developers, like they call it. So staff software developers are people that write automation code, script for the engineers, or they help engineers to build pipelines. So that's one hack. The second hack is your profile should include keywords. So on LinkedIn, you have your headline, right? You have your name. The first thing that is there is maybe your domain. So it may be, data analyst. Not you will now put aspiring software or something. Just put data analyst. You can handle it, put something else. You can put maybe some of the keyword like Python. In your profile, it should include keywords of what you have learned. So as you grow, you keep iterating that profile with keywords. The idea is, if you're applying for remote opportunities, it is artificial machines that scan your CV. It's not human being that will look at your CV. So they will not look at maybe how beautiful it is, but the content inside. So if you don't have anything that speaks to the job description or whatever you're applying for, that machine will just scan you. It's called ATS, I think, in both Europe and US. So ATS scans your CV. That's why you see that if you apply for jobs sometimes, you don't even hear back from them. They have dumped it at the beginning. Right. So look for ATS templates, CVs, and template your CV around it. So the idea is, if those softwares are scanning your CV, they'll be able to see keywords, right? And those keywords will be used to pick your CV. At least you'll go to the phase that they will call you and talk to you. Because in this part of the world, so one of the other things they don't tell you is, when you're looking for work, you see EMEA. The A there is Africa, but the Africa is silent already. Because we are a region that we have some, few of us that are able to get these remote jobs. But the honest truth is, I think before I got my job, I applied for 7 months. I was in the market for 7 or 8 months. I think I started February, and I started work with them around November. So I was applying the numbers game. So if you are looking for a job or an internship opportunity, how many can you apply? The more you apply, the better your log surface area. So if I wake up today and I say I'm looking for a new job now and I'm jobless, I can assure you that every day I will scrub the internet and apply for minimum 10 jobs a day. So I'll give myself in a month now, I'm almost at how many? Almost 300. And there is no way if I'm able to get to 300 in a month, that at least one of them will not give me, unfortunately. Unfortunately, we shall turn to congratulations on your offer one day. So that's the idea. It's a numbers game for job application. The more you apply, the more you increase the surface area of luck. And that's one of the other things, perseverance. That's what tech will teach you. Tech will teach you perseverance because of how it doesn't reward you quickly, how sometimes you are just burning the candle and it's not giving you anything back. But you're able to now come out at the other side and say, no worry, now this tech will go do. So it's a numbers game. Go for communities, put yourself out there, be part of communities, be part of hackathons. But community is very important, so go for events, please. As you have studied this knowledge, check Meetup, check Eventbrite. No, it's fine. I don't pay for here. It'll be fine. So, please be part of communities. I would encourage you. At the beginning, it is good. When you start having more experience, you will live the community life. But at the beginning, be part of the community. Either you organize it or you attend it. If you can even organize, superb. If you are a student in school, apply for Microsoft Student, I think Microsoft Student Professional something, and they will give you grants. You will be organizing events on behalf of Microsoft. Microsoft has a whole data suite. AWS has their own data. I don't think GCP focuses on that part, but I know AWS and Microsoft. Microsoft specifically, they sponsor students. They give you perks like your GitHub, Copilot and everything. And as you're organizing the events, they can even start, if you're a gold standard student, you go to their Microsoft recap that they do in the US. If I have the opportunity to go back to school, that's what I will do with my life. I will be a student ambassador for different programs. That will give me an opportunity to get access to their tools for free. Organize this event, bring in people that are subject matter experts. Be close to community leaders in the field. So imagine you are a Microsoft student ambassador in data, right? You won't have a choice. You'll be inviting MCTs. You'll be speaking to people that work with Microsoft. You'll be going to Microsoft office once in a while. And from there, you will see the opportunities come. If you want to do software development, you can do Google GDG. Organize GDG events and, just use that way to enter. So look at student ambassadorship programs for yourself. It helps a lot if you are a student. If you are not a student, join people that organize events with them. You'll be closer to people that are subject matter experts. I was able to meet people that do DevOps because I was part of DevOps NG guys from 2019. Most of them are not in Nigeria again, but if I need them, I will call them, I will get my access, but at least I don't need most of them, but at least if I need them, I will be able to call them. I can say, I know the only AWS hero in Africa. I have his number on my speed dial. If AWS wants to do anything in Africa, I can get it. So that's one of the perks. And I don't know if I've covered everything there. So to round up, I would say, don't give up, please. I would plead with you, don't give up. If data doesn't interest you, pivot to any other one that interests you, but the knowledge will never waste. Tech knowledge doesn't waste. I understand UI UX, but I will never do it. I understand how to do graphics, but I will never do it. I know how to use Excel, but I will never work with it physically. I know how to use Power BI, I will not use it. I know how to use Power Platform, I will not do it. Microsoft Fabric, I know how to use, but you'll not see me pursuing a career in it. I have Microsoft certifications, but you'll not see me pursuing a career. But all these things are knowledge that I've gathered along the way. The WordPress, the web, the software, none of them that I'm using nowadays, I'm doing DevOps. So even if this doesn't work for you, something else will work for you that will make this worthwhile. So pick this one as like, no knowledge is a waste in tech. If you pivot to another career, and you are doing maybe product management, product design, project management, you will get to be able to relate to people that are doing something around data easily than someone that doesn't have the knowledge. So, yeah. Thank you, guys. If you have any question, I can take it.
All right, we can do better than that. Ellen, thank you for the insight. I'm grateful. So this is an opportunity to ask questions. Don't be shy. The questions in your heart. Yes, so please step forward and ask your questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lukman. Your words. Oh. Okay. Okay. Oh. Okay. Thank you so much, Lukman. Your words resonated encouragement. I know. My question is this: if you are above, is there an age limit to be? Is it a beginner now? To be a beginner in tech? That's number one question. And then number two. Okay. How do you, talking about the putting your CV, as optimizing your CV, the things, there were some things she told us about before, that what our previous experiences, we could use it as a pivot to enhance our CV and interview. But I think your own point now seems like a digression from what she said. So how, for example, I do music. Does it mean that as a data analyst, I cannot import the music experience into my CV to still align it with data analysis?
There was something he said that I think you missed. He said that because he's in DevOps, he went to all of the past experiences and tried to update it to show some language of DevOps, which is what I said this morning. Abi?
So, thank you, my G. See, let me take the second question first. Your previous experience are not invalid. Like I said, everything is knowledge. If you have been doing anything around music before, the question is, even in music, you collect data. So even if you work as a music producer or whatever, whatnot, you can be music producer / something research at the end of the day, right? And that brings your knowledge to validate whatever you have learned. Music streaming platforms or streaming as a service is a big deal, right? And at the end of the day, if you say, okay, I've been doing data, and I've been doing research, and you're doing music, I think one of these guys in the US, Sony, no, is it not Sony? This guy that built out the dome, MGM. Those guys that built out the dome in Las Vegas, that thing that looks like one big bulb that used to show something. They have music labels, right? But at the end of the day, if you come in with someone like with music background, you have knowledge around, let me think about this thing very well. Streaming platforms need people that understand music before they even build any products, right? If you are building like an AI tool for a music platform, your knowledge around how you do sound, how sound are made, and then how you optimize sound on a platform. Because you're able to understand how, now if you use SoundCloud, and I use Apple Music, and you use Spotify, we all get different sound quality. Me, I don't know how that thing works, but you would understand how it works. If you combine that your knowledge to tech, you have a subject matter expert of that field that someone is building something for, and then you're building a product on it. So that's how you bring your previous knowledge to whatever you are learning. Yeah, so it will be there. But what you now do is just use style and put maybe / maybe research something. So even if you have done 15 years, you can put your CV that, oh, out of that 15 years, 5 years I've been doing research about music infidelity, whatever that thing can be. It can be, okay, maybe, right? So analyzing how, just something around research and analysis would validate your transition to data. Then the second thing about age. The honest truth is there is no age gap to when you can transition to tech. The only thing that makes it hard for us in this part of the world is because the country is underdeveloped. So it makes transition very hard. And that is why it seems as if there's kind of like an age limit to it. Because most companies want someone that is young, that they can cheat. Let me use that language. If you are not in Nigeria and you're in a place like maybe Europe, you can get internship opportunity even as a 50-year-old. They don't mind. All they need is your knowledge, right? So there's never a time that is too late to start. You can be doing what you are doing and transition to tech. Difference between you and maybe my young friends here is you have subject knowledge expert because of your life experience to cut your journey shorter than them. To quickly move from the learning phase to the building phase and leverage on your current opportunity, your current community or current friends, current relationships to quickly break into something else. There was one Twitter space I think sometime last week. And guy was like, how he did his own tech transition was when he goes to church, I will tell his church member, I'm a web designer, now web designer I be, he will speak to another person, I'll be web designer. He was just drumming in the church, but was learning web on the side. And that was how one woman now came, I want to build my website, doesn't even know how to build the website. He shall give him the contract. That's why he went to go and meet his other friend. This woman said she won't build website. And that was how he started, and he was able to continue his career from there. Before you know, someone, come and teach me this thing. Even him that doesn't have knowledge, you go and research and come and teach another person. So at the end of the day, he was able to use his current experience in life to aid this transition. That's how you can cheat that mode in Africa. Outside the country, easy peasy, I mean. You can transition to, most of them, I think there was one of my family friend that went to Canada. I think what does the man does? I think he was a risk analyst or something. When he got to Canada, he picked up this data thing. Now he works for, I think, this guy, PwC, no, is it PwC? One of these tech consulting firms. That's how he started this guy. All he just did was backdate all his knowledge, all his experience in Nigeria to something close to data. But he used like, I think 6 months to 8 months to learn. And then so there is never a time that is too late. The other thing is, if there is something that is, analyze your skills and see which parts of tech you can play in. If data does not work for you quickly, look at the other parts. Project management is not common in Nigeria, but you can do something with it. But look for the other part of tech that work. You can use YouTube to do your research. AI day nowadays. Please, use AI. I forgot to mention that one. Please, let me even come back. This current stage in learning requires you don't neglect AI. Requires that you bring AI along as your body. Requires that, in fact, tailor your learning. You should tell the AI to tell you what to learn and how to learn it. I want to learn it within 6 months. Tell the AI, so the AI will give you a curriculum and project you can build. Tell the AI that I want to build something that I can show on my CV, so that it will tell you what to build. And then you can now build that thing, either put it on your GitHub, put it on your LinkedIn. Use AI, don't allow anybody to tell you that AI will make you lazy. In fact, I'm paying for 2 or 3 AIs. I'm paying for ChatGPT, I'm paying for Claude. Okay, Microsoft have big GitHub, they gave me Copilot for free. Which is, as I'm writing my ID, I have AI that is helping me to write my code, so I don't have to. God knows, MJ, you remember that form thing in Capital Express that took me almost 6 months? About 3 days, I would have been done. So imagine, there was no AI at that time, and I was troubleshooting for like almost 6 months. I was almost mad. I didn't barb my hair. So we have the opportunity. At every point, everybody tells it's easier to learn now. I don't think it has ever been more easier to learn than now. Download ChatGPT, Google. There are plenty LLMs out there. Generative AIs, Claude. I think for ChatGPT in Nigeria is $16.5. It's not the $20. I was paying $20 for a while, but it's $16,500. You have the pro version. GPT is free now. I have it on my phone. You can even be talking to it like your friend. So the idea is, let's play around with something. Let me do something. Let me see whether. Let me show. Hey, ChatGPT.
GPT stands for Generative Pre. Would you like to know more about how it works or its applications?
No. So I want to be a data analyst in 6 months. What can I do between now and the 6th month to move from 0 to hero in it?
To become a data analyst in 6 months, focus on learning essential skills and tools. Start with a strong foundation in statistics and data analysis concepts, which you likely have from your education. Then, learn tools like Excel, SQL, and data visualization software, such as Tableau or Power BI. Programming languages like Python or R are also valuable.
So, if I need to build projects to aid my learning, can you draft a curriculum for that?
Certainly. Here's a 6-month curriculum to help you become a data analyst. Month 1 to 2, Excel. Learn data manipulation, pivot tables, and basic functions.
After I'm done with this thing like this, you see me, I'll just go and hide inside my house. It is not even me that will go and build that thing. It is me and him that will be writing that thing together. And after the 6 months, you will see me talking like an expert in the interview. So, as much as, even this question you have asked me, I might not have answered it properly. Go and ask ChatGPT to give you a perfect answer. and help you align your thoughts. It is, it is one of the good things about good data that produce something like this, because data have been lying fallow for a very long time. I think Google did something, but they hide it under their shelf. And then people like this came and blew it open to the world. And the future will not give you time to learn in spaces. Build something as soon as possible, because it is easier to build now than before. There are a lot of things to learn, so the earlier you start building, the better. Concepts, how to do data cleaning, all those things. Even your CV optimization, use your AI and optimize, and then you can now reward one or two. So download ChatGPT or go to the website on your system. Google has their own. I think Google is on Gemini. Then the Gemini. That WhatsApp one is not smart. Don't answer that WhatsApp. That Meta one is not smart. You get, but yeah, those things exist, right? So large language models would help you. In my company, I know we pivot to more AI-centric now, because what is the use of just showing you dashboards and everything without you having a data that can chat with the dashboard? So right now, you have companies that have their annual data, annual reports. Instead of one person will now sit down and be looking at the annual report, just put the annual reports there. It will bring out the dashboards, your profit and loss margin, blah, 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 blah. You can do industrial analysis and add to it, and then start chatting, and then you are building you're able to make informed decision. So that's my second answer to your question. No bad questions. So see, the good thing is, ask that thing that is in your mind. There's no shame inside. That's how I go. If I don't know anything like this, I will ask. But yeah.
Thank you, LM. Yeah. Any more questions? Okay, can we again give Lukman a round of applause? LM, thank you for your time. We have a token of appreciation. Class captain, can you please come? Who has a very mad camera here? Phone camera. Oh yeah? So you're going to help us capture. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Finally. We used to have a debate in the office about Android, and so it's telling me now that he finally joined the iPhone team. It was Android crew, Abi? All right, very sharp camera, right? So this is from us. It's a token of our appreciation. It's a mug. Can you please capture it? Also, this is from us. It's a duffel bag. And our t-shirt, you can hold it out. Thank you. All right. Thank you so much, Lukman. Yeah. Let me put this here. All right. A round of applause, please. Kí ló ṣe? Kí ló ṣe?
thank you for your word and everything, Sha. So, okay, as a student, right? When if I want to start internship, how am I like going to manage? If I'm having classes in the morning, definitely internship. You are meant to resume for work and everything. How am I like?
So I have two younger sisters at home that are doing the aspiring tech, the Texas. And your internship would understand, right? Because you are working remotely. Or for some of them, even if it is, you might not see a lot of physical ones, but the remote ones, maybe you are doing just small things for them, they would understand. My my wife's younger brother is still in Unilag. I think he's in 300. I'll be going to 4 now, and he works full time for a company. And they pay him well. Oh. He collects I think $800 per month. You get, and a student. Oh, if I get that kind of opportunity, I don't say this guy will blow past me. Yeah, he does software, back end, Node, just Node. That's all. And he has been working since I think in his year 1. I think he started with 400 and he's now a tech team lead. While he was me, I never even become team lead yet. So the idea is they will understand because whatever you are building is not tied to 8 to 5. Whatever you are working with, understand that it is not time specific. That was one of the things that I fought with Ajayi and Co when I came to Capital Express, that they wanted to give me monitor. Like, my work is not 9 to 5. My work is whenever I have time, I look at my system and I work. So, if an internship stresses you too much when you're in school, you drop it and focus on your school. But most of them would understand, they will work with you on your schedule. So, in worst case, in a bad case scenario, during your exams, you are not working. So you would continue work after exam. So don't allow that one to be an excuse. Once something is too stressful to the extent that you can't manage both of them, one of them is the toxic brother. It cannot be your school because your parents are paying school fees. So it will be the other work that they are not understanding with you. So you can manage it very well. Very, very perfect. Just everybody will understand.
Thank you, Ellen. And again, don't forget that the time zones are different. You are likely to be in school from morning to maybe 4. Most lectures end at 4 or 5 or 6, right? And then at 6 p.m. Nigerian time, New York is probably about 1 p.m. Washington State on the West Coast is about 8 hours, and they're probably around 10 a.m. So it depends on what your time resuming with them is. So you can work out a time that you know will be maybe night, Nigerian time, but within their own work hours. So those are some of the dynamics that you can use to your advantage.
Most of these work are also agile-centric, which means it's not about what time you show up at work. It's about the task that you are assigned to within that sprint. So you might decide that, oh, I finished my sprint in 2 days. So at the end of the day, you are not doing anything. My own work now, I only do 1 meeting a day, and it's for 15 minutes. So if I do, I think 4 to 4:15, not even up to 15 minutes, that's all for that day. Nobody asked for me. If you are looking for me, message me on Slack. Nobody asked me that have I signed up for my system today or not, or why am I working late. So at the end of the day, most companies that you intern with will be task-based, not time-based. So they will assign tasks to you. You have like a week to finish your task. If you like, do it midnight. If you like, do it morning. Worst case they will ask you is a stand-up. Oh, what have you been doing today? I went to school this morning, but later in the evening, I'll continue my task on so you'll be fine.
All right. Thank you so much, LM. Can we have representatives to see LM to the car or downstairs? Thank you so much. Oshio, LM. Likewise. Thank you so much. So, good news. He picked, Doing. You remember Doing? The guy from AOU that I told you about, that works in the UK. All right, so Doyin is home now, and he went to pick him at the airport. So he was just telling me that he wanted to come, but he was a bit ill. So I've begged him. So maybe on Monday, on his way to Ibadan, I'll see if I can get him to.
If I'm able to get him to.
Yeah, I'll appreciate. I'll try and see if I can get Doyin to stop and say hello to you people, and also share story about his own journey. LM, Oshegoni. So Mama, expecting you guys. So, what his presentation did for me, it made me very happy, because every single thing I have said to you, it practically repeated. The process is the process. It does not change. If you follow it, you will get the reward. There's no shortcut. Àárọ̀ yìí mo ṣe ń kọ́ yín bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe máa amend the CV yín to bring it into whatever you are doing. And he said the same thing. You must always, you understand, learn these things. And please, the thing he said about organizing classes for Google, it's a perfect opportunity for you. One of my daughters, I call her one of my daughters, but she's actually my niece, but she's like a daughter. When she was at Covenant, she did a lot of these things, organizing programs on Google, for Google on campus and everything. At the end of her studies at Covenant, she got a $10,000 scholarship from Google. And then she got a graduate assistantship in a school in the US. We didn't pay a single kobo for our master's. It was her scholarship and the graduate assistantship that she used to apply for her visa. When she got to the US, as soon as she was done with her master's, she went for internship. So there was a practical bit in that master's. The company that she did an internship with, when she finished her master's, they retained her. She's currently in the US. They were the ones that arranged for her HB1 visa. She's currently in the US and she's enjoying her life. Unfortunately, she won't be in until much later in the year. I would have asked her, because she's also coming home. I would have asked her to come and address you, but we'll be done by this training next week, and we'll be done by the time she arrives Nigeria. I would have said she should come and speak to you. So when we say do this and do that, we're not pulling things out of thin air. We're telling you things that we have done again and again, and we have seen results. So the first thing I need you to do is to work on your mindset. Because what I have found in this environment is that mindset is very limiting. We see all sorts of people online. He mentioned Twitter. He's on Twitter. He has a Twitter handle. I follow him on Twitter. I'm not active on Twitter, but I have a Twitter account. One of the things that I see every day and saddens me is there is this doubtful mindset that people bring online that you see. Someone is talking about earning a salary of $10,000 a month, which in Nigerian money is about 70 million naira. And then you see some people coming to attack the person. Hey, go and drink Zobo. Go and warm a bar. Go and, when you are finished lying to us. Why would your mindset place a limitation on what is possible? I talked here about SAP consultants the other time when I was making my presentation, how they earn about $500 per hour, right? And I was doing the calculation for you here in class. Let's even say at the lowest level, as an SAP consultant, you earn $100 an hour, and you work a 40-hour week as an SAP consultant. 40-hour week times $100 is already $4,000 a week. Multiply that by 3, 16,000 US dollars a month. It's not, some people don't, sorry? SAP. See people writing it down. Well, fortunately for you, SAP accommodates all sorts. There is data analysis in SAP now. There is what is this? They too are moving. They are moving online. They are trying to be like AWS. So they have a component now that is strictly online. But I'm saying that, look, when we stand here and we tell you things, we're not joking around. I'm not messing around. I'm telling you what is achievable. It talks to you and your ability to dream. So it is your mind that places a limitation on what you can do and how far you can go. And I told you my own story, how I broke my mind. You have to break your mind. You break your mind and retrain your mind for the future that you want to achieve. I've taught you the secrets, how to do it. You do that by creating mental pictures for yourself that looks like what you want and where you want to go. And then you are reinforcing that picture by feeding your mind every day with that picture. Every single day, you are reiterating, you're saying the words to yourself. So the things that we do here when we come every morning, I am a success, every day and you will think it's a joke. No, you are conditioning your mind. You are retraining your mind to see possibilities. So look at your mind as AI. The more you train it, the better it gets. And you train it by positive images, words of affirmation. You train your mind, you train your mind, you train your mind. You show it positive images, positive pictures. Before you know what is happening, give yourself a year. You will not believe your transformation. You heard a story, you heard where he started from. All right? And he has given you some shortcuts to recover time. Some of the things that he didn't have opportunity to do, he has shared it with you. You people are a community. That's why I created that Telegram group, right? Eventually, by the time we're done with this training, I'm going to do a shake-up. And I will create another group for only people who graduated from this course, who attended and graduated. And then in that group, we will actually start building things and start working together and start helping each other. I have other groups like that on Telegram that I've trained in the past, okay? I'm still thinking, should I merge all the groups together? But for now, I have a group for web development, for example, from a similar training that we did in the past. And then this is for data analysis and so on and so forth. So I have all these separate groups. And essentially what we do in those groups is to share the ideas and the competencies and everything so that we can help each other succeed. So I like all of the points that, is shared. And he mentioned how to optimize your CV, how to optimize your profile online, and so on. I think I've also mentioned the issue of the ATS. I explained in my brother's case when we were searching for a UN job that I needed to reformat his CV. All right, I made it ATS compliant. ATS is application tracking software, application tracking system. They are like robots that filter through thousands of CVs and extract the ones that the HR, the humans, can read and then decide on. So when you are applying, so I don't want you to fall into this trap of you're applying for several jobs and you're not getting results and you're frustrated. The first thing you need to do before you apply for any job is to read up on the job description and tweak your CV to reflect wordings from that application. You must do that. So if they say in that application, they need a data analyst with 10 years experience, for example, or years of experience, that term, years of experience, you come into your summary. You know, when you're doing your CV, you have a summary or professional profile segment. You will now rewrite it and say, kiniko with years of experience in data analysis. When the robot is going through your CV, years of experience, it will extract it. And then when you look at the job description, there will be specific terminologies they will use in the job description for what they are looking for. Take some of those, impute it in your job roles, right? So when the robot is going through that CV, it's seeing all the keywords and then it will take your CV, put it in the next folder, and all of that. When it has finished assembling all of the CVs, it will now report to the HR. These are the CVs that are eligible based on all the conditions that we set. Then it is now the HR that will now be looking at your CV. Now, when the human come to look at it, that bit where you said significant achievements, this is where it plays out. This is where it jumps out at them, what you have said. So when I was saying that you created a system that made 4.8 million for a government agency, that is a significant achievement. All right? When the HR sees that kind of a thing, and they look at it vis-a-vis every other thing you put there, they say to themselves, oh, I want to talk to this person. Let's see if this person has what we need. It looks like on paper, this person has it, but let's have an interview. So then they will now do a face-to-face interview with you. So you see that you've transitioned from the point of you applied to the point of you were called, you were selected and responded to, right? So they might, at the end of the day, out of thousands of applications, they might shortlist maybe about 200 based on, their ability to pass the ATS system. And then the HR will look through and maybe further shortlist to about 10 or 50. And then they will decide that, okay, we want to speak with this particular individual. So they will now put it in groups. Maybe the first 10, the first 20, and all that. If they find what they are looking for in the first 10, they will write a rejection letter, we're sorry, and all of that. But if you never even passed the stage where your CV is selected, you won't get such a letter. Do you understand? So it's a positive thing if you apply for a job and you got a letter that says we are sorry. Do you understand? That means that you did something right in your CV, and then you just tweak it further and reinforce it further for other job opportunities by making sure that you are highlighting your experiences. I like how he said, get out there, build publicly, join groups, be visible online. If you are a Twitter person, get on Twitter, and even if nobody is responding to your tweets, it does not matter. When they want to interview you, they will scrub the net looking for information about you, if they are interested in you enough. And those things that you put on Twitter, on Instagram, and it will show up on the feed. Go and test what I'm talking about. If you have an Instagram page, make a post about SQL and use a keyword in your post. Then go to Google, go and search. You will see that Google will bring up your post specific to that keyword that you used to test. Do you get where I'm going now? So please, let's be mindful of these things. I don't know, is there any other question? Is there any other thing that we've not clarified? All right. When we come on Monday, I forgot to ask him to address you on which is the best platform to showcase your job. But considering that he's a DevOps, his own platform might not be the same. Most DevOps will use GitHub. GitHub is like your compiler where you go and write your codes and then you run your codes on. Then it now has a segment where you can showcase your work, right? I think they have the same for data analytics. That's what you use. Oh, used. All right. Cisco, I think they also recommended Kaggle. Did they mention Kaggle? K-A-J-J. Right. So go on Kaggle and then create a free profile. There is another guy. I'll send you his video. Just watch the video and then go ahead and create your profile online. Now, what do you put on that profile? That's all these things that we are doing now. So all of this data cleaning stuff, all of these dashboards that you are building, those are the things that you're formatting and then you are putting on your, in your case, industry, right? You can go and get fashion industry data. And then you are customizing your dashboards specific to that. You can do a comparative analysis of all fashion industry income, for example, by company. Do you understand? So you have the L'Oreal's, you have the Dior's, you have all of them, and you're comparing their 2014 or 2024 or 2023 income, for example, and then you are comparing them across sectors. So you have all these beautiful dashboards that you're putting up, charts and everything. You put it online, you know. For someone in construction, you can go and get construction data, and you're analyzing that. For the veterinary doctor, there is a lot of data. You understand? If you Google veterinary data, you will see lots and lots and loads of data, right? And you can use this to build your dashboard. Then you can decide on which area of which areas you want to build data analytics competence in, something that interests you. You can have several. Do you understand? And then you might decide you want to be area agnostic, meaning that there's no particular area, anything and anywhere you can work there. In that case, just do dashboards or analysis in different industry areas and put it there, so you can broaden your search when you're looking for job opportunities. So these are the things and these are the issues. If there's no other question, I want us to do some more practice before we bring the class to a close today. So I went and I Googled veterinary medicine data analyst or data analytics, and here I'm seeing field of veterinary medicine that makes the most money, and I'm seeing veterinary radiologist, emergency veterinarian, associate veterinarian, all of that, and then which statistics is most important in veterinary medicine. Veterinarians make use of statistics and statistical analysis in order to impose the appropriate regulatory and preventative preventative measures against diseases spreading. So you could analyze productivity of livestock. This is specific to you now. So there are different data sets. I'm seeing a lot of them here. Veterinary medicine or veterinarian data sets, lots of them in different areas. You can take those data sets and based on your knowledge, you can create dashboards that will enlighten and educate. If you have a Twitter handle or an Instagram, which one do you have? Instagram, Facebook, you have Twitter, right? So you can go and amend your Twitter profile, data analyst in the making or something of that nature, and then you create dashboards and you put it there to give insight. It's just that Nigeria is not a data-driven country, right? But you can also check if you have data for Nigeria. For example, you could crunch data, assuming we have data for rabies and the instances of dog attacks in Nigeria. You understand? If there is such a data that covers the whole of Nigeria, you could do a breakdown and analysis of urban versus rural cases of rabies. You could do an analysis of age groups for rabies. You could do an analysis of income level for rabies. Do you get where I'm going? And then you post those insights online. And then you tag any of these popular, you know how to use tags.
that level, we never knew how to manipulate data and do all these things. So, if since I've been doing Excel now, most of the students in school, so most of them, they would contact me, look at the problem, look at this thing, we don't even know how to analyze this data and all that. So sometimes now I just tell them, you don't need to be scared. Or I look at how you put it, okay, you now use this table, you analyze it, you get what you want. So it's one of the major driving force why I want to know it, so that most of them, I have good community with them there. Yeah.
So what I can tell you for free is that the thing of building in community, you already have the raw material. Those chaps that they're asking you questions, create a WhatsApp group. When you give it to 1 or 2 persons to join, let's talk data analysis and veterinary medicine, right? So you give it to them. Before you know what is happening, they start inviting themselves into that group. Before you know what is happening, you become a force of data analytics in veterinary medicine in Nigeria. Now, what that does for you is that they are bringing you problems to challenge your knowledge. You are higher than them, so you have industry knowledge, right? But you also have experience based on your training. So you are a very important bridge in their understanding and their knowledge. So their lecturers will come and drop stuff on their laps. Some of these lecturers are not practicing, and they don't even know. They're just giving us assignment to students. Now, because you are the force that they're reckoning with, that when they come to the WhatsApp group you're setting up, or Telegram group you're setting up, they bring all the problems to you. And then you are giving them guidance. The more you do that, the more the word of mouth spreads about you. They will tell their friends in other places. You can even encourage them. You understand? Let them know I'm creating a community for analytics in veterinary medicine. Spread the word. Share this link. Before you know what is happening across Nigeria, in different schools, you become the reference point. And to what the point he was making, when you position yourself like that, I bet you, that community that you are building, you can even start a blog on Medium. It's free to post on Medium. All of if you have a gift for writing, you can do that. If you don't, you can hire someone who is a writer and then provide the person like a bare bone of what you want them to write. They will write for you. And yeah, he said you can write articles for, you can pay $400. You don't need to. A lot of, some of these low-level writers, $1, $2, they'll give you an article, $3, $5, which is about less than 10,000. You don't need to put out an article every time. It could be once a week, it could be twice a month, or whatever. The importance of that is that you are putting yourself out there publicly as a reference point for veterinary medicine analysis in Nigeria. Now, projects that are looking to partner with Nigerians in veterinary medicine, because your profile is out there, when they Google, when someone in Australia, for example, Google, and they need veterinary medicine data from Nigeria, if they Google that in Nigeria, right? Because of the way you have optimized your profile, you'll be the first person that shows up. And you'll be the first person they will contact. Yeah, that is the truth. I've had people contact me for jobs like that because of the way I did positioning of my profile. Out of the blues, someone you don't know will just send you a message. We are trying to do this project in Nigeria. Are you interested? I'm the one that will say, oh no, my hands are full right now. Then if there's someone I feel can handle it, I'll pass it on to the person. So you can build yourself into that level of competence. Do you understand? Just by simply having an online profile and then accordingly feeding it with information. Then this community of young people, get them into a group. Become the champion. Become the key online leader. Okay? People, they call them KOLs, K-O-L, right? So you're an influencer online. And here is the thing that you're not looking at. Because of your veterinary medicine post and everything, and then you start acquiring all these young boys that you are bringing into the WhatsApp group, encourage them to also come on Twitter, follow my handle. They will follow you. When they follow you, and you start dropping profound insights. They start hailing you as master. Before you know what is happening, then you too, you are following influencers in veterinary medicine in other countries. In America, if you type in Twitter, veterinary medicine influencers, Instagram, you will see all of them. You follow them. When you follow them, you post anything, you tag them, they will retweet your post. Okay? When they tweet, you retweet. When you tweet, if you tweet at them, they'll retweet. Before you know what's happening, you start gaining a stronghold online. Your words become power. So if a brand wants to sell medication targeting the veterinary space in Nigeria, it's you they will come to. So all these people like Ola of Lagos, all that is plenty that you see him fooling around. That guy is making mad money because of it. All those buildings that you see him advertising, it's not free. They pay him to do it. The cars that you will see advertising, they pay him to do it. A lot of those who come to him, some of them are Yahoo boys. You understand? And it's the portal, it's their portal to get other Yahoo boys. The other time we were talking about, some people were talking about this guy that is in prison now, Hush Puppy. Now, why would you steal money like that and then you are doing a public display, an obscene display of wealth? You missed the point. It was advertising his services. All of those display and everything, everybody knew he was a G-boy. They knew he was a G-boy, right? And the more he did all of those things, it was advertising his services. It was attracting the moles, the people who call the moles, yeah? The foot soldiers. And then it was also attracting the high boys who want to move the money. So when you see them doing giveaways and they look like they are lavish, no, those giveaways are advertisements. Do you understand? And go and check what I'm saying. All of those people that they are giving money to is with an understanding. Yeah, some do. They, depending on how much. All these giveaways that they are doing, they are using it to attract boys. Eventually they train you, they monitor you. If you are reliable, they enter you into the system. So they start dropping things to you. And then when they drop, you return a bit of it. You take a percentage, you return the balance. That's what they do. That's how they move money. If you know how laundering works, there's this series on Netflix. I don't know if it's still on Netflix. I'll advise you to watch it. Mad series. Ozarks. You watched it? That series is mad. It was yesterday. I saw a clip from the movie where the man was talking to his son about what he did with the money. Right. And the boy broke down the process, just to show him that, Father, I was watching you and I learned. The boy broke down the process of laundering money. You could see his face. Even the mother was looking horrified. But you could see in that guy's face that there was this pride that, I trained somebody. See, if you watch, there are certain series that you will watch. It's not just entertaining, it's also learning. You watch all these things, and you see how money movement works. You're mind blown. It is all this crude. Look at what Yaya Bello was trying to do. Look at what he tried to do with the American school. Paid his children's fees, running into millions of dollars to cover the length of the school. But he knew what he was planning to do. He was going to use the American International School to launder money. Because now he's out of office. And then he's relocating his children and putting them in public schools in the US. So they don't need the Nigerian school anymore. He will simply just have written to the institution, the school here in Nigeria, and told them to return the balance of the tuition paid for his children. And they will return the money into a foreign account. And it will be legit. But they would have moved money from Nigerian coffers. Churches do it. You have the guy in the UK that they are trying to deport to Nigeria. What do you think he's doing? That guy is a G-man. Forget about the fact that he's using the name of Jesus. That guy, he doesn't have a percent. Only 1% of Jesus in him. Yeah, he doesn't have 1% of Jesus in him. Not because of his glam and his. I'm not condemning him for his glam and all his show, but just listen to the words of his mouth. I watched the clip. The choir was singing. The guy just came and said, "Hello, Joko." Like, this is boring to me. I'm like, oh God, they are singing gospel song. We told them to go and sit down. Then, what song are you singing? Go and sit down. This one is boring. It's boring to me. I'm like, eh? There was another one I saw, and I don't know the genesis of that conversation. And then he said, "Who is Jesus? With Jesus? I beg." I'm like, eh? You need Jesus kokon. So that guy is a complete G-man. And if you look at the people around him, the Davidos, the what's this guy, the Cubana, chief priest, all of them, those boys, all of them they are money movers. All these boys, you think it's the nightclub that they opened? It's the Yazoo that is bringing them money. As they are bringing the money from CBN, they are driving the vehicle to VI. They are parking in the compound where the Ghana must go. All the intakes for the day, they are taking the money and adding it to the cash and taking it to the bank. When they assemble everything, and in their bank account, you will see millions. They fly to tax havens, and then they go and open bank accounts there. All these Bahamas, all this, not even Cuba now. Kiloruko, this Caribbean country. Sorry? There are all these Caribbean countries. They'll fly there, they'll go and open bank accounts. Malta is becoming one, right? Look at the latest one that is happening with the blending part. Tinubu and his people. Access Bank has gone to open a bank account in Malta. Which business are they transacting in Malta? Other than moving Nigerian money. Look at Access Bank went to Malta. UBA went to France. Yeah, right. UBA went to France. And you don't know this Tinubu connection. See, you people, I'm not going to stand there and tell you Nigeria is dying. You will figure it out yourself. These people are not there to build they are not building nada. They are there for their pockets. So I pity all the Yoruba ponus online who are fighting for Tinubu and his family and fighting everybody else on behalf of Tinubu, all in the name of their fighting Yoruba. It's all bullshit. It's all smoke screen. Smoke screen to deceive many. Behind all of that, they are carrying, operations on law. You close the border against imports, but you allow a few people to bring in rice. They wanted a wanted criminal is flying in the presidential jet. Do you need anybody to tell you these things? The other time that Shoyombo reported a guy, Dende, did a whole article, even released the picture of Dende beating up custom officials. The following day, or was it the following week, Dende did birthday. Did the governor not call him to congratulate him? Yayi, is Yayi not in Tinubu's caucus? Who? Dende. Apart from Amusu's boy, it's not funny to you. When they went to Dubai for the conference, was Dende not on the plane of the delegates? What is a arms dealer doing on a presidential jet or a presidential delegation? See, please, let's not deceive ourselves. People can deceive themselves, but don't join them in deceiving yourself. You understand? Be very factual about what you are saying and crunch data accordingly and make your decisions. Don't sit down. Crunch data.
So they actually do data analysis too, right?
Sorry, are we recording this?
Better.
Because these days I don't want someone suing me for libel. And please don't record what I said. If you record, I'll deny you. I will say it is AI. Yeah. The audit. The audit. Which audit? The people doing the audit, who owns them? Maybe it is what I tell you to write in your audit that you will write. You think chief priest has an external auditor? Even if he does, sorry, you think he will hire you? Why? He doesn't want facts. He doesn't need people like you. Why would the chief priest want you to come and open his yash? They won't hire people like you because they don't need the truth. They like it the way it is cloudy. They like the way they model things up. Tinubu came into office. What was the first thing he did? Awarded 1.1 trillion naira for a supposed coastal road. Where is that coastal road now? Where? Are Nigerians asking questions? Do you get what? This was a money moving. It was a money moving move. It was not about the people. So I pity Nigerians that you are there online. You'll be fighting other people on behalf of the Tinubu family. I pity you. Which operations? Breaking houses. See, if you understand how Nigeria works, nobody can bobo you. Do you understand? Nobody. That's why I always say, look, please, again, I am begging you, as a Christian, don't join them to do religion. Don't join them. Don't join them to do religion. Your pastors who are standing in pulpits, it is a sad thing. It is something that I'm constantly asking God for, to intervene in. It is sad. Because it is creating a bad image for Christ. You have this person, he can talk, his tongue is sweet, he starts gathering people. And before you know it, his assembly has blown up. But when politicians want to move money, they will deposit it at his church. He will find a way to bring it into the church takings. So you think all of them that set up church, you will see some churches, go and look at their bank accounts. You will see the sort of money they are reporting. And if you enter their church, there are no more than 2-3 people there. Where is the money coming from? So they set up the church as a front. That is why a lot of them, if they try to go abroad, they will run back to Nigeria. Because in that place, they will ask questions. They will probe. And that is why today, some pastors cannot open mouth and talk. Because if they talk, politicians have a dossier on them. They will bring it out. They will mess them up. Sorry? They have thick case file. Thick one. Sorry? Thick file with politicians. So please, don't let anybody, like they say, open your eyes, open your mind. If you know you are following, you're a follower of Christ, be very clear in what you are doing in your Christian life. Don't deceive yourself. And don't allow anybody deceive you. I see all sorts in Nigeria and globally. Some people will organize concerts. And you think, oh, they are doing a free concert. The Shekinah is a lie. All those artists that some of them bring into the country, there are side deals. I didn't say anything, please. I didn't say experience, so I didn't mention names. I'm just talking about concerts in general, whether secular or, please, before you go and put me in trouble, and the poor will now come and sue me that I didn't mention names, I'm just talking about concerts in general. Do you understand? Please, 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 no, do you understand? Even Davido, when he does concert and he sells tickets, come on now. Say, you think it's the 5 thousand naira tickets that they are using to declare the billions they are making. No, now. As they are selling the tickets, there are other things they are moving with the money. When they take it out of the country, they will transfer a legitimate, cleaning money. So when you see all these boys are flying and you think they are living the life, on a lie, a lot of them, they are moves. If they are not moving drugs, they are moving money, they are moving things. Movement is going on, whichever way you look at it. The other day, they caught a stash of hard drugs in Ikorodu, in a warehouse in Ikorodu. Abi, NDLA seized it. Abi, they didn't seize it. When they seized it, who went to visit Marua? No, who went to visit Marua 2 days after? Who went to pay Marua a visit 2 days after that stash? After they seized the stash? Is it not your now president? And then Marua came on TV. They called all the cameramen. They put the thing in front. And then they now said they were burning it. And you believe them? They burn waiting. The drugs have moved after that. You think it's a joke that the old president went to Marua to go and visit him. And then 2 days after, they said they are burning drugs. And you, they told you they burn and you believe them. Now. So when I look at Nigeria, I see hope on one hand, and then I see doom on the other hand. So we're at a cross point. That cross point became solidified when we chose to go in the direction of this current administration. That cross point that we were in, the possibility of reversing our steps and getting it right, or the possibility of going further down the slope. And go and mark my words, what I'm saying. This is not me about, I'm not saying you don't go to camp and pray. Please, go and pray. But understand something. In the realm of men, men rule. Angels might make interventions at God's instruction. But even God is bound by his own rules and principles. Sometimes, yeah, I know that sounds like, but even God said, why do you think that when Jesus woke up Nazareth, why didn't he go on the 7th, on the 8th, on the 8th day? Have you sat down to ask yourself why? Why did he go 3 days after Nazareth's death to wake him up? Because by principle, if you ask spiritual people, they will tell you this. There is a time frame within which the dead must rise. If they pass that time frame, all of the other natural processes of decay will set in. And that person is gone forever. It becomes irredeemable. Go and ask them. They will tell you all this ekanka, they know all these things. At that point, when the silver cord is broken and kiniko is shaking, even the Bible says in the book of Proverbs, there's no longer remedy, it has gone. But within a certain number of days, with prayers, you can call back and reattach the silver cord, and the person can leave. But once it is past the time frame, it is gone. Go and search your scriptures. When the widow lost her son, what did she immediately do? They laid that boy down. Immediately, she got on a horse and ran to call Elijah, and they traveled back. He laid his hand, that boy woke up. Why? It was still in the time frame of redemption. Do you understand? The only exception to this was when Jesus rose. And the Bible says that the people that have been long dead in graves were appearing to people. That was God bending that rule to show the power of resurrection. But most times, go and search what I'm saying. God abides by his principles. That is why whether you're a born-again Christian or not, if you follow divine principles or God's principles, you will make it. Because he causes his rain to fall on the righteous and the unrighteous alike. God does not have a rule that, okay, rain is falling, but rain will only fall in America, it will not fall in Nigeria. Nigerians are too wicked. No, now, it will fall alike by his mercy. The same crop will grow for everyone. Bill Gates is one of the richest men in the world. Is he a born-again Christian? Does he go to any church to pray? Why? Why is he successful? Elon Musk.
Christ. They said Elon Musk.
They say we are not recording. Oh, so you are afraid of Bible, right? It is me. It is me that can see. Oh, yeah, speak.
I said Elon Musk pays tied to Christ Embassy.
Oh, he does, eh? He does. You know? Look at, do you know that I read that Chris Oyakilome, he read one of the books he cited. The day I saw it, I'm like, oh, more. Pastor, they read 48 Laws of Power. Do you know 48 Laws of Power? It's the Machiavellian book for exercising power. By the grace of God, I'm going to write a book on the power dynamics. I believe there's a different dynamics from the Machiavellian dynamics, and that is the Jesus dynamics. No, I've not seen a book where they studied and wrote about the Jesus power dynamics. I'm doing a research. It's a powerful dynamics. All right? And when it's time, I'll put my thoughts together on that. But the guy read 48 Laws of Power by Robert Greene. And a pastor using 48 Laws of Power in church administration. Come on now. These things are fundamental principles, whether positive or negative. Depending on how you want to use it, it's up to you. But it also has consequences. I lost someone very dear to me because of, someone's abuse of that person and everything. And at the death, the way I prayed, my goodness. And the sort of prayers I was going to pray, the person who was responsible for her death would have followed her in death. I remember vividly when I was praying that prayer, I just got this few. There are ways the Holy Spirit will just flash something. I only needed to say that prayer based on how he showed me. Because the Holy Spirit came and said, you can pray like this, and you will have results. But are you ready for the consequences? Okay? I just said at that point, it's okay. Vengeance is mine. I surrender to you. Do you know what he showed me? Do you remember David, Bathsheba, and what's the husband's name? Uriah. Do you remember that nexus? When Uriah came back from war, what did David ask them to do? To put him in the hottest part of battle, so that the arrow can strike him, and he will die. Ejo, was David not the man after God's heart? Did he not told the path of that other side? But was there no consequences? So the prayer point that came to me was, put him spiritually in the path of the arrows. It's a simple prayer. That guy will stumble into something that will cause him issues and he will die. But I would know that it was my prayer that got him to that point. So when the Holy Spirit showed me that dynamics, he just showed me that story, Uriah, David, and Bathsheba nexus. And he asked me a question, do you want to go down that path? Remember the consequences. At that point, I just pulled back. Lord, no. I will not cause the death of anyone. Yes, I'm grieving, I'm pained. You know what? I surrender it all to you. Then the Holy Spirit told me to trust him, to sort it out for me. So I trusted him. Today, everybody is happy for that decision. Years after, you understand, that death. So please, as a believer, you've got to understand who you are and where you are at. So that you are not Sufayo, or you are not a pawn in someone's game. Churches play games. Organizations in the world play games. Know where you are at. And then the other day I talked about the power of ethical considerations. From day one, define what you will do and what you will not do. So that, and then you pray into your future ahead, asking God for God to preserve you from situations that will test and compromise you into what you said you will not do. When you pray ahead into your future, you also make declarations ahead into your future to always come into positions where you can continue in your ethical considerations without sinning against God. David did it when he prayed. And he said, one thing I ask of you, do not give me money that will do this. Do not make me poor that will do. That was a simple prayer of ethical consideration. And throughout his life, the only thing we have against him was that Bathsheba case that he mismanaged. But even in that, there was God's mercy. And he died, still recorded as a man after God's heart. So, do your own analysis. Because everything in life has consequences. Someone like Tinubu thrives on power, on honing people. And the moment they hone you, it's always with the small things. Once they hone you, that is the end. Look at Dele Farotimi. Look at what they are doing to the guy. Now everybody is bringing up different cases against him. Because why? The system, they are using the system to fight him. If that guy, as small as, because he wants to get out of that situation, if he as much as agree, because I'm sure by now they have presented terms and conditions to him. To back, they hold him for life. The next thing is he will come out. Even when he says he doesn't want to talk, they will just, use needle to poke him. That you're not saying anything about this, go and talk. Then the guy will start saying things that are against his principles. And then the person that stood for something before becomes a joke that doesn't stand for anything. Sorry? Remo, from day one, if you knew him, he never stood for anything. But there are people you know that they stand for something. And then they became the opposite of what we thought they were. Sorry? Like Oshomole, very good. Very good example. Remember the Labor Days. So the question I always ask when I see such things is, what was the turning point? What was the information that they used to hammer this person into submission? You always have to work with your future in mind. Obama did it. And that is why I believe strongly that his 2 presidential terms, it's not for lack of trying, that they couldn't find anything by which to corner him. And you will notice most of what he did under his rule, there was nothing that in his future they can now say they want to use to take him to International Criminal Court or whatever. That guy, Omoboshin, they couldn't box him into a corner. Do you understand how I'm going? And I believe strongly that it started from that place of sitting and defining what you stand for, understanding who you are, what you are, where you want to go, where you see your future. Then asking God to help you in that path. Like I said the other day, by virtue of my, the American experience and everything, I could have positioned myself in a way that, I become a friend in quotes to America. And if I rise in position of authority, I become their informant. There are a lot of politicians in Nigeria like that. Your president is one. Yeah. Yeah. This thing. side, yeah.
Sometime, is it early this month, NBS, they released data that our GDP grew to 3 point something and unemployment reduced, like it's just 4%. So I'm asking, is it the same data that we are learning how to, that those people are analyzing, or they just arrange anything and bring, I want to.
What, what did I, what did I just say here? You want to say something?
Man that came earlier, they said the data that we have in Nigeria is not often correct, or sometimes we cannot trust it. So,
Why do you think international agencies are sponsoring people locally to help them gather data? Because they can't trust data from the government. See, I have a friend who works in Lagos State government. He's one of those who believes all these lies that APC puts out. He now sent me a post by Customs. Customs said they made, is it 63 billion or trillion or something? And they were celebrating it. I didn't argue with the guy. I just went back to their income 2 or 3 years ago. I used the dollar rate. 2 or 3 years ago, they said they made, let's say they made 60 billion. I can't remember how many trillions now, dollars, naira. Let's say they said they made in 2020. Let's say at that time, they made 55 trillion naira. What I simply did for that guy, I took the exchange rate of dollar at that time. I used it to divide the 55 trillion. And I presented in the information for their dollar income in 2020. I now took the 63 trillion they said they made this year. I crunched it at the rate of $1,700. It came to half of what they made 2 years ago. So I asked him a question. Did they actually make money? See, APC is propaganda. All governments do propaganda. Some do it for good because they have a good heart and they're going in a particular direction. But I don't trust the APC government. I believe most of the propaganda is to get people believing that the government is working for them while the people who are stealing are stealing. And then by the time it falls, they won't even know. When I worked with a company, the MD will always tell me, please, they put me here. I'm just trying to manage the thing so that it will not fall on my head. So the MD too is chopping his own. On a salary of 350,000, the day I saw him drive a vehicle of 20 million, I'm like, this cannot be this one's salary. The hotel I saw him build, come on. And I know that this is the job he does full time. And in a state, it's not even in Lagos, so in a state that is one of the most remote, and you are posting that kind of returns, you want to come, no now. If I'm his person, and I am sure I will come to, and I think I have an idea of where the money is coming from. You understand? So you see, these are the realities. People patching figures. So to the question of the data from NBC, my friend, go and look at the person who is heading it now. He's a loyalist, party loyalist. And they will only publish the data that the party says publish. When Yemi Kale was there, even in Buhari with everything, Yemi Kale insisted that for the sake of credibility, we must state it the way it is, whether it makes us look good or not. And it does that. So in that era of Yemi Kale, you could at least trust the data coming out of Nigeria, not with Tinubu's government. Because you and I, we live in Nigeria now. Your government is telling you that inflation is how many percent? But in your pocket, is inflation 3%? The electricity you are paying for, that you paid, I used to use 5,000 naira for NEPA in a month. Now, now, with all the management and everything, I know how much I'm posting. Yes. For you, it's still better. In March, I bought 30,000 worth of credit. That credit finished in June, right? and then they increased by May. By the time we finished in June, I bought another 30K. That 30K did not last me 6 weeks. What lasted me 3 months before? And you are telling me that inflation is 3%. Come on now. Why are we deceiving? So that is why I said, beyond all the lies that you are being told, you hold yourself the responsibility to look beyond the lies, analyze data, and make decisions for yourself and for your future. To Bamidele's point, we don't have any other country. Should we now fold our hands and be looking? That is why I said I pity Christians. Because your role as a Christian in a decaying society is not just to pray, it's also to stand for righteousness and do things right. If all of us as Christians understand that role and band together to resist the evil that they are trying to suggest, they will backtrack. Do you notice something with Tinubu? When his administration makes a policy pronouncement, when the people shout, what do you do? Do you see the retrace? So he's running an OJ law government. Ẹ jẹ́ ká fi lọ̀ wọ́n. Tó bá gbà á, ó ti jẹ lọ. So if we have honest people banding together and resisting and saying no, you will see that we will force them to reconsider their steps and retrace. But you have a lot of compromises going on. Christians in the House of Assembly, they are not doing anything there. Christians in churches, they are even the ones conniving with political parties. So tell me, how will Nigeria survive? When the light that God puts there has stopped being the light. In your body, if the white blood cells are supposed to be soldiers. If they become overpowered by the rogue cells, that's death. But if you, as the owner of the body, understand the place of your white blood cells, and you empower your white blood cells to fight with the right medication, with the right attention, what will happen? You will kill cancer cells, and then your body will be healthy. That is the simplest analogy for Nigeria. If Nigeria is going to survive, it's you, it's me. It's people who are praying every day, Chandraya Bada, Dedos, Ikata, Limbro Desco, Elo Soto, Landre Edo, Shila Drabare. After you have done that, what do you now do in the physical? What pronouncements are you making? How are you standing in your place of work? To stand and say, oh, not on my watch. These are the issues. As long as we are silent on those things, evil will continue to reign. And the country may die. It's all part of the same now. Yeah. Not just elect. Christians should go into politics. But people they have this conception that, I'll corrupt myself. You know yourself. That's why I said be honest with yourself. If you know yourself, you can go into politics, you will stand. Know yourself and then mobilize people around you who can support you, who know you. Go there, do your bits. See if you can find like minds. There are Muslims on the other side who are similar to Christians. They also want to stand on principles. I know people like that who are Muslims. All we need to do is find people like that and join with them, band with them, begin to advocate for what is right, drive back the forces of evil that is trying to take over our country. Then we'll see a change. But we're not even making that effort. That is the problem. So it is well. May the Lord help us. So as Christians, we have a responsibility, please. You are not just coming here to learn data analysis. You have a role in society. Jesus exemplified what we call the marketplace ministry when he was alive. You will notice that most of his life, or all of his life, it was mostly among the people, touching them, influencing them, changing their lives, changing their stories. That is what we're supposed to do as Christians. I'm enhancing your capacity, not so that you can just earn dollars, but I know that if you are successful and you earn dollars, you can take that money and change your society. You can use that money, go to a community somewhere, change someone's story. And that is how the ripple effect will start. But imagine you start earning $800, $1,000, $5,000 a month. Big boy. You now move away from Olora. You go to Ikoyi. Banana, come on now. Is that the reason why you said you should be earning money in dollars? Aja? You know, okay, well, you convince yourself. Maybe there are people there too that need Jesus. It is true. All right. It's been an interesting class. So, by God's grace, on Monday, we'll start with Tableau. On Wednesday, we'll do Power BI. And then on Friday, we'll close this class. I hope that those who haven't attended, like my brother here, who hasn't attended in a while, I hope we can bring everybody together next week so that we take group pictures and then we can do our celebration at the close of the class. Yes, sir. Say? You. Oh, you've been at the hospital. Oh, sorry. Last year, yeah, you too. Yeah. What happened now? Okay. Okay. All right. It's okay. Online. It's not flowing as it should. Problem is, I think he's been busy and all that. Please, those who were in the Excel class, try and talk to them and encourage them. When you see them on Sunday, let them at least attend the Tableau and the Power BI classes. Sorry? Those that ran away from SQL. When you see them on Sunday, please tell them to attend class next week. Because even if it's only Excel you know, and you know very well, you can still work in data analytics. Okay? And then at your pace, you can start learning Excel. Then you notice that Lukman mentioned Python. So the reason why I'm stopping at SQL is because it's not a strict requirement for data analytics. But when you learn Python, you start going into deep analysis, big data analysis with Python. Then you can expand the range of what you can possibly do. Just what I'm saying. So, thank you very much for your attention. Enjoy your weekend. So please try and practice. So practice. Go to SQL-practice.com and practice all of the codes for SQL. And please, before you go, let us arrange this place. I wasn't happy when I came in this morning and everywhere was looking scattered. Please, some people come in and they clean to get this place in order for service. When we are done, let's always assemble the chairs back in order. Thank you very much.